Hi, Ryan Brown. Okay, Mr. Budget Chair, it's 6 o'clock. I have 17 councillors present, just waiting for Councillor Harrigan to log in. And we have 33 members of staff online, and I'll pass it over to you.
Great, thanks. I know Councillor Harrigan did send a message that she would just be a few minutes late. So we will begin this evening, picking up from where we left off following deputations. But first, do we have any disclosures of pecuniary interest this evening? I don't see any hands, so we'll move right along to deputations.
Hi, this first deputation is from Chris Allen. Regarding the budget, we are in a pandemic and you people want to increase property taxes. I am completely against this. The entire public service is completely immune to tax hikes as they make so much money, but of course they are for them because the majority of the money goes to their salaries. Where is the fairness? You want more social housing and those of us struggling to pay our own housing to pay for others to live basically for free. Who ensures that I pay less than 30% of my income on housing? If you want more people in social housing, why don't you include all of their income, like the extremely over-generous child benefits? Where is the fairness that people like myself keep paying more so others can pay less, and the police, fire, and public service can get wealthier? You talk about fairness, but yet you just keep increasing property taxes. People in social housing are completely immune to the very taxation that goes to sustain them. They use the roads, they use the fire and police and the library and every other service in the municipality, yet pay for none of it. Where's the fairness? They get the most well-maintained housing with new everything, while some of us live in 100-year-old houses and it's all we can do to keep a roof over our heads. And you want to increase taxes? 85% of taxes goes to pay the high salaries and benefits of the public service, so they can build mansions along the river road and we continually just get tax increases. Keep in mind that the increase is a percentage on a percentage, but of course you know that, that's why you do it. This community pays far too much in property taxes, and other than one councillor, I never hear of very many others standing on the side of taxpayers. If there is, I thank you, but if there ever was a year of no tax increase, this year would be it. We are a failure of a community if we have so many on welfare and in social housing. It is unaffordable, just like the proposed 150 social housing units for 48 million. That's over 300,000 per unit. So some more people don't have to pay taxes. No tax increase. And this is also from Chris Allen. So you people want more and more social housing. Why do people who don't pay taxes have more worth than those who do? I have no problem with social housing for those who need it. But as someone who is struggling, why is it my responsibility to pay for others who have subsidized housing and all the benefits that come with it? Why is the very generous child benefits not included as income? Why is someone such as myself who works and pays taxes despised by you people? Do you only work for the public service and those who want to live for free? Keep in mind that socialist policies have decimated this community and chased many, many factory jobs out, and you will do the same with taxpayers. No tax increase until you bring down the salaries and benefits of the public sector and include all income of those in social housing, and start representing the interests of all taxpayers and not just those who don't pay taxes.
And that's all the deputations for this evening. So we will move right into questions and motions from the floor. So first up, Councillor Kirkwood White, you had a few questions to start.
Yes, thank you, Budget Chair. This is a question actually for Gord Quinton. There have been in recent days comments on social media about other municipalities approving lower tax increases than what was originally proposed here in Chatham-Kent. For example, Kingsville approved a 1.2% tax increase. And I'd really like to have Gord explain why it is inappropriate for residents to compare Chatham-Kent with Kingsville, as an example. I'd like to know what the major differences are between our two municipalities that might explain the reason why Kingsville was able to approve an increase much lower than what has been proposed here. And I'd also like to ask about trends over the last 10 years, what the total tax burden has been and how an average home might compare in Kingsville to Chatham-Kent. If we can get through that, I have one more question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gord Quinton, Chief Financial Officer speaking, and I'll try to go through your questions here. So as we mentioned at the opening night, it's important to compare apples to apples when comparing municipalities. And so we provided some of the comparisons in the opening presentations where we're talking about other single tier municipalities such as London, for example, who and across Ontario, the single tiers are mainly in our draft budgets were in the 3 to 5% range, and the approved budgets are coming in the 2.5 to 4.5% range, and those are apples to apples comparison. And I think the easiest way for me to explain that to council with your budget binders in front of you, and if those listening online will hear what I'm saying. But if we turn to tab 10 and page 5 and 6 of the presentation in tab 10, it sort of goes through our departments. And if I'll just briefly go through them and with differences between us and Kingsville. So of course they have a CEO's division and a mayor and council. They have community development, but much of their economic development is done at the regional level. But then we get into our community human services, which Kingsville does not deliver other than recreational services. So whether it's the library, housing, senior services, public health, childcare, employment and social services, that's all delivered at the county level. As you can see, we have $130 million of expenses in community human services, and that's not something that at Kingsville would deal with. Yes, they have an HR department, but they don't, and customer service and municipal governance, but they don't have a provincial offenses court. They have a budget and finance and IT, but they, as far as I know, they don't have a convention center. And when you get to fire and emergency services, they have a fire hall, but it's one fire hall volunteer, and they don't look after land ambulance and community medicine. And when you get into infrastructure, much of it's the same, except I would say that one of the biggest differences is Chatham-Kent's unique geography, where the Dover Township, Chatham Township, Raleigh Township area has a lot of land that would be underwater if it wasn't for drainage, and it adds to that 850 bridges level. And so just the sheer amount of bridges we have, and then when you get to they only look after local roads. So all the main arterial roads are looked after by the upper levels, and I say upper levels because not just the the county level, but number 3 highway is a good example for a former number 3 highway going through Kingsville is a provincial highway, which the province is paying to now expand to 4 lanes from 2. And of course, when you get to Chatham-Kent, we actually have a detour with the erosion issues. So, you know, we've seen provincial help just down the road, but we're waiting for help here. They don't have also continuing in engineering. They don't have the social housing buildings to look after, and their police services are they contract that out. So I know that's a quick overview, but you basically cut your budget in half very quickly or less than half, I would say for those differences. So we need to compare other single tiers, and I guess that answers that question, I think. As far as trends, if I do a 10-year trend, inflation over the last 10 years has been hovering in the 1.8, 1.9%, you know, under 2%, and our average tax increases at Chatham-Kent for the last 10 years is just around 1.25%. Now, more recently, particularly since 2017, when the asset management plan was approved, we have been averaging a little higher than that, and this council approved a 1.99% in 2019 and a 2.97% in 2020. But I would say that's mainly with the realization that our assets are deteriorating quickly. We have our age of our assets are overall very old compared to the rest of the province, and that's coming back to bite us. The past councils, going back to amalgamation, it was always a popular topic to cut infrastructure on the last day of budget and to get to a target, and without looking forward at all. And this council and our future councils for the next 20 years are now forced to make up that difference as we, for safety reasons, it's just we have to close bridges or we just have buildings that are literally falling apart in some areas. So that's come back to bite us. So so where I say it's a 1.25% average over the last 10 years, I would say that recent councils have done a very good job of looking after their assets. Not so much if you go back to prior councils. And I think you asked for average home. Our BMA comparison, BMA study that came to council in early January, and that we showed the charts in the opening night presentation as well. That's where comparing an equal home across Ontario, and we are showing that it's easy to understand that the service, if you just think of your own house, the services that you get in this municipality are very similar to the services that you get in any other municipality across Ontario. If you live out in the country, the services are similar for items that are in the general rate, and if you live in an urban setting, the services that you receive, the potentially higher level of services that you receive are equivalent to those higher levels in other urban municipalities. And really the differences in taxes is very minimal. Our costs are on the low side, but our number of residents are also with our stat of 43 individuals per square kilometer is, of course, we have a lot of assets to take care of with very few people. So I think supporting the growth plan and expanding our population over the next 10 years is the key to keeping future budget increases closer to the inflation rate. Long answer, I hope that helps.
Yeah, I appreciate that very much, Gord. It is also true when you're looking at a budget, and trying to keep costs down, that you can either reduce expenses or increase revenue. And because we are a municipality of over 100,000 population, just over, we also don't qualify sometimes for some of the grants that are available to rural communities. Is that also true?
Yeah, yes. I thank you for the question. That is very much true, and I know I personally have gone to the province lobbying at them on many occasions, and in budget submissions to them about that inequity. We're a community of communities, and I still see us as largely a rural community, but often we're treated with the stats of a big city. And, we're a city of 100,000 population, might have one water tower, one sewage treatment plant, one public works department, one or two fire halls on each side, and a few arenas, 2 or 3 arenas, and maybe a north and south library. We're spread over this huge geography with our 850 bridges and 3,600 kilometers of roads, and just our geography, and just being over that 100,000 population. Really, we get on the wrong side of a lot of grant applications because of that. A lot of times we're not even allowed to apply, and it's very frustrating when I see members of provincial parliament or MPs making announcements to the north, to the west, and to the east of us on very similar small town construction projects that we're just not eligible to apply for here.
And is it also true that in some cases, the challenges that local municipalities face have a lot to do with legislation that comes from upper levels of government, that if changed would have much less of an impact on local taxpayers?
Thanks for the question. Yes, of course. There's of course lots of regulations that all our divisions have to go through, and there's reasons for a lot of that. So it's not that I'm putting down the regulations. Sometimes there's good reasons for those things, but it does make it that there's really not much that council really has that much control of over in the budget. I spoke of community human services when I was doing the comparison to Kingsville, but public health as example in a pandemic, like we're grateful that we have our public health in Chatham-Kent to help us through this. But that's an example of an entire division that's about regulations and keeping people safe. And so they're just example of, often there's good reasons for the regulations, but it's not as if council has a lot of decisions on many of the financial aspects of a lot of our municipality.
Gord, thank you very much for your responses. I don't mind admitting that, over the last couple of years as a newcomer on council, I've really struggled with, trying to respond to taxpayers who obviously don't want to see these increases. And, you know, looking at base budget versus increases over and above the base budget, and, you know, trying to follow the strategic directions that council has provided in terms of where we want to invest. So thank you very much for the explanation. I'm, you know, as a newbie, as I said, I'm still learning. I'm hoping that some of the responses that you've provided will help educate some of the other folks that may be in the same position that I'm in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirkwood-White. So we'll continue to go through motions from the floor. So I've got a lengthy list starting up here. We'll start with Councillor Aaron Hall.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Budget Chair. I'd like to actually go back to tab 4 of our budget binders and make a motion. So the motion is that the remaining $475,000 from tab 4, line 8, increased funding for underground infrastructure be removed from the 2021 budget. If I get a seconder, I'll have a couple comments as well.
Oh,
And I believe I have a second from Councillor Carmen McGregor.
Yes,
ahead,
I'm happy to second. Go ahead.
Great. Go ahead, Councillor Hall.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just a couple quick comments, I guess. So I think the motion's clear. I think you know, the focus of this is to you know, lessen the tax impact, the proposed tax impact at this time. I know we've talked about this already during our budget deliberations this year, and by no means do I is this meant to lessen, I know, the value and the need to look at our storm sewer reserve and to look at the increased funding for underground infrastructure. But you know, like I said, I know I emailed Gord and Quentin and Steve Brown about this as well. I know Gord mentioned to me that you know, if there was anything in the infrastructure budget that could be removed this year, that this would be the item that they would look at. And also, you know, I got some good information from Steve Brown as well, that I think this council should can look at when we're looking at removing this funding with this motion. That the past couple of years we have, as a council, put in $850,000 into the budget to address the need and to address the issue for the underground infrastructure funding. So that's $850,000 more than was being put into it prior, and it's you know, it's $850,000 more than the annual 1% contribution to the asset management plan. So I still think that this is the you know, given the times that we're in, I think that this is the way to address that tax increase and tax impact this year. But I still think as a council, we're still you know, doing what we can to address the issue, and we have over the past couple of years. And I think this is something that we can look at again next year. But given the times right now, I think this is the right move. So I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. And I just want to get comment from Steve regarding that 850 number, just to get clarity there.
thanks, Mr. Budget Chair. So I just wanted to clarify that 850 is an annual amount. It's a base amount, so it's 850 every year, not one time. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thanks, Steve. And looking for other comments on this particular motion, so I'll look to the hands that are raised currently. Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do greatly appreciate the motion put forward by Councillor Hall. I've had actually multiple conversations with staff as well regarding this motion, and I just wanted to see if Councillor Hall would, if you could put is it possible to put the motion up for a potential amendment, Mr. Chair?
Yep. Do you see it up there now?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Okay, perfect.
So I completely understand where Councillor Hall is coming from in regards to the fact that Obviously, this has been a very challenging year. Sometimes as council, we have to prioritize things, and sometimes it's a struggle between what we've prioritized and making good, prudent decisions. So if it's okay with the mover and Mr. Hall, I was just inquiring to see if he would be content with stating that that item 8 of the infrastructure lifecycle strategy tab, increase funding for underground structure year 3 of 4, be reduced from 475 to 0, and concurrently item 9 of the same tab, lifecycle management plan, at 1% tax impact totaling 1.624 million, be distributed to a minimum of 300,000 to the storm sewer reserve. So that is basically, the amendment is just saying that we're still going to prioritize the storm sewer management in our life cycle management plan. So we are getting that tax savings implication, as well as addressing the significant shortfall that we are seeing in the life cycle, in the storm sewers, with still giving Mr. Kelly and his team the discretion to fund different projects out of that 1.624 million. And I just wanted to see before Mr. Kelly maybe could comment on that, if Mr. Hall and Councillor Hall and Councillor McGregor would be okay with that amendment.
Thanks, Councillor Sakachi. So just to clarify, it would still be moving the 475, item number 8 on tab 4, to 0, but then directing $300,000 from the AMP funding towards storm sewers. Is that an accurate sort of capture of what you're saying? Yes, and it would be a minimum. Okay. It'd still be up to Mr. Right. Kelly if he was able to, if he wanted to put more because of the projects were on there, but just giving the council peace of mind that at least $300,000 would be going to storm sewer life cycle. Okay, Councillor Hall and Councillor McGregor, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I think absolutely that's still Councillor Sakachi's amendment still follows the intent with what I was trying to do. I would still like obviously to hear some comment from Mr. Kelly. Sure. But I think right now it's a friendly amendment. Okay, great.
I agree with the same thing, but yeah, I would also like to hear from Mr. Kelly to understand the effects that might have. Thanks.
Sure. Mr. Kelly?
Thank you, Budget Chair. It's Thomas Kelly, General Manager of IES. So every year that we receive funding for all of our infrastructure accounts, we go through actually a very intense and elaborate process, and that involves really my entire team and also other departments as required. So we look at, for example, where we're seeing a high level of inflation. We look at where we're seeing the most complaints. For example, last year we put $1.4 million, almost a quarter of the amount on paved roads. We also look very intensely at our 5-year plans and our future needs, and what the future spends are required. We look at major shortfalls that we're seeing in certain infrastructure categories, and also the condition, and then finally the reserves of those particular accounts. So all of that is a very intense exercise, primarily by my team. And from there, we take that money. Last year, we received $4.7 million. That was inflation and everything included, and we distributed that across all the different categories, basically where there was the greatest need. So this particular ask is saying take the 1.6 million and find a way to put at least 300,000 on the storm sewer life cycle, and I can confidently say we'll be able to manage that. Storm sewer is always one of our lowest funded categories. We have some major expenditures coming up. Most recently, we identified in our capital plan an estimate of around $30 million for the entire Tilbury facility. We're still working through those numbers. Next on the list would be Richtown. We're still in the planning stages there. But for this particular motion that's on the table, I can assure you that we can make that happen. Of course, by removing the 475, we are not accelerating our plan as we would like. There are going to have to be choices made. So effectively, I'm down 475 from where I was yesterday, but I'm saying we can manage that for this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. moving through comments related to this motion. And just before we do that, Councillor Wright, can we do a mic check with you? You're still muted, Councillor Wright. Can you unmute yourself? Councillor Wright, we're going to give you a call just to make sure that we can get you live on the meeting here. Moving to other comments on this particular motion, I see Councillor Oche.
Are you there? Anybody there?
Sure. Go ahead and answer, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, we hear you now, Councillor Wright.
Okay, mine actually, my hand is up for questions.
Is it related to this motion or for other subjects? Okay, I'll put you back on the queue for that one. Councillor Harrigan, did you have a comment on this motion? You're muted, Councillor Harrigan.
Hi there. Sorry, I had to wait for the IT permission to be unmuted. Thank you. So probably goes without saying that I have a couple of comments about this one, but first I have a question to Gord. Gord, can you tell me what the cost per household would be in terms of savings average in Chatham-Kent if we were to remove the 475 investment into underground infrastructure?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, $8.65.
Thank you. And I think that is a really good amount to put into perspective. Mr. Kelly just shared that there are a number of underground infrastructure projects happening in Chatham-Kent. The most recent one is still actually in progress in terms of the feedback that's happening with the Tilbury Stormwater Plan. But the identified cost for that is $30 million. And if that is just one community of underground infrastructure projects that we need to fund, I would imagine that if you polled the average resident and asked them, are you willing to pay $9 a year to help us accelerate these stormwater plans so you don't have to deal with another flooded basement when the rain comes, which we know with climate changes that we've seen in the last couple of years it's going to come. I would guess that 9 out of 10 would say yes, maybe even 10 out of 10. Simply because we've seen in our communities what happens when you get stormwater backups and when you have people whose basements are completely destroyed and their houses are completely destroyed. And you also see what happens in the insurance industry when people make multiple claims on flood in their homes, their insurance starts to go up. And so it's really, you know, are they going to pay the taxes now to accelerate the correction of their community challenges with underground infrastructure, or are they going to pay a higher insurance premium after having multiple floods in their homes? And so when it comes to this, I'm really opposed to it. I hear all of the taxpayers who have said find places to cut, but I think what's echoing louder in my mind is the comments that our CFO just made, saying that previous councils would look to the infrastructure tab to get to that 0.99 or that ideal number, when really at this point, we're not necessarily talking about an ideal number. We're talking about a few dollars and where that investment's going to go. And so, you know, I also hear that we have put in, you know, an extra $850,000 a year into the budget, which is fabulous. I've also sat with Mr. Kelly and Mr. Tim Dick and tried to understand a lot about infrastructure and storm sewer infrastructure. And what I've learned over the course of the last few years as a councillor is that every infrastructure project that we do with storm sewers ends in million. And so this is not going to go away. And the short-term gain that we may get from approving this being removed from the budget, we will pay for exponentially. And, you know, people have made comments about the timing. Certainly, spring is around the corner. and then summer and then fall. And those are very rainy seasons in Chatham-Kent. And so I think that the more we can put into underground infrastructure, if we can stomach it, the better. So I am against this because I think the $8.65 for the average resident in Chatham-Kent will go much farther than that when we invested in the right places, such as this. And I will just stop there. And I also want to say, sorry, I won't stop there. I really do appreciate my fellow councillors looking for places to find budget savings. I just don't think this is the line. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much. I guess my first question is I'm not 100% clear on what the amendment means. I would like to know, does that amendment have a tax impact for next year?
My understanding is that it does not. Functionally, we're just the motion would decrease taxation this year by that increase of 475,000 would go to zero, and of the new infrastructure dollars, 300,000 would be allocated to storm sewer life cycle.
So in essence, just so I'm clear, it would be like a $300,000 one-time infusion into that budget line.
So yeah, it would just be directing Mr. Kelly to allocate those funds to storm sewer. So of those funds that we pass each year of the asset management plan increase, infrastructure and engineering decides how that's allocated, and this year it would be specifically directing that allocation towards one asset category.
Okay, that puts my mind at ease because I'm really worried that we're going to make some decisions tonight and potentially tomorrow nights that are going to impact us next year. And there's something scratching at the back of my mind. Something's coming up next year, and I don't think we're going to want to see a big budget increase. I'm not opposed. Well, I am opposed, rather, I should say. I am opposed to making infrastructure cuts. I don't think we should be cutting infrastructure, but at the same time, this is something that we've been accelerating. And I think in years past, I think that was the right thing to do. We've accelerated to the tune of more than $800,000, and that is going to continue to accrue over the coming years. But I think it's prudent that when you're facing a situation like we are facing, that maybe you say to yourself, you know what, this is a year not to cut back, but to put a pause on that. So I was curious, how much are we investing in infrastructure this year? How much is our infrastructure budget increasing potentially this year with this separated out?
We'll get you that answer in just a few seconds here.
Okay, that sounds good. I appreciate that. The only other thing I was sitting here thinking about was when we're talking about this money, and it does sound like a lot of money, and it is, don't get me wrong, but it really isn't accelerating it to a very, I don't want to say noticeable, but I'll have to use that term because I can't find another one, degree. When we're talking about a $30 million project, just one project, and we're putting aside an extra $400,000 a year this year, I think that is important, but I think you have to look at it realistically and say, you know what, we can take a pause there because we're not pushing that project that much further down the line with that update. So I will be in favor of this. I believe with the back of my napkin, this brings us down about 0.4 of a percentage point. So I think it's a good start to the evening. And again, I'll be supporting this. And I was wondering if we had that number yet.
We do. You filled enough time for Steve to get that number.
Thanks, Mr. Budget Chair. So the total amount that we'd be putting into infrastructure this year after this cut is about $59.3 million.
$59 million. Ed, do we know how much of an increase that is over last year, which was kind of what I was driving for?
It's $5.7 million.
$5.7 million. I think that's a pretty solid number. I would love to see the 600. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, it's 5.7%. My apologies.
Oh, 5.7%. Oh,
yes.
Okay. That's fine. Thanks. I think my point stands. I think I would love to see the 675,000 go in there. I don't think this is the year we can afford to do that. So I'll be supporting this, and I'll rest pretty easy knowing that we're upping our infrastructure spend by 5.7%. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Pinsonneau, followed by Councillor Bondi, followed by Councillor Foss. Councillor Pinsonneau, you're still muted there.
How about now?
Loud and
Am I
clear
good?
now.
Okay. I agree with the initial motion by Councillor Hall. I think that's prudent during these tough times. I think the amendment muddies the water a bit. Personally, I'd rather see this, not forget about it, but carry it on in 2022 and 2023. So I'm going to ask that these be split, please.
So you're looking to split the reduction by 475 and the reallocation. So that would be one motion on the 475 decrease and one motion on the direction of how we spend the life cycle asset management plan, 1.6 million, right?
Yeah, the further a minimum allowed 300 from that point on, like the further, that's another,
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can do that.
And, Budget Chair, if I could make a comment, and maybe I wasn't real clear, but the 300,000 that's being asked for, again, I'm taking that from the 1.6 million. This is a very detailed exercise we would do anyway. And I can tell you that based on the numbers I'm seeing for storm sewer and all those attributes I gave, that we look at the shortfalls, the conditions, the 5-year plan, I'm definitely going to put at least $300,000 on the storm sewer through that 1.6 million allocation. So it's something that council normally wouldn't see that level of detail of how we distributed all the dollars. Again, we look at all the different factors so that I just wanted to explain to council that, or even with number one in place, when we go through that exercise of distributing the 1.6 million plus the inflation, we will definitely at least have $300,000 on the storm sewer life cycle. And that's because of all of the work that we have to do, particularly in Tilbury first, followed by Ridgetown.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Councillor Bondi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm going to support this because I think we have to start somewhere. We have to make cuts. Obviously, this is something that would be better off if we didn't. But just kind of going back to Gord's initial comments, which I think, Gord, you hit the nail on the head by saying council doesn't have a whole lot of control over the budget, which sadly seems to be the case. But if I can comment a little bit on what Gord had to say, if that's okay, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to stick to the item, but
sure, go ahead.
I think they're relatively related. Thank you. The problem that I have with this budget process is year after year, we hear the same excuses that, we've got this big municipality and these 850 bridges and, we have to do these things and there's nothing we can do about it, which really, to me, is a prescription of, asking people to not live here. But what we really do have is we have high taxes. And for the last 11 years, I've sat through these budget meetings and I understand that, we do have these obligations, well, not obligations, but these wants that we fulfill year after year. The problem really does stem from, we're incredibly highly staffed and highly paid staff. And that's okay because that's where it is. But I think perhaps that should be looked at, and that's never touched on in budget ever. I tried once about 6 years ago or more. I think I got drummed out of the place. But what I really have a problem with is that when we talk about, well, these are the wants and / needs of the community, to the average person living in a home like me, I don't care about that. What I care about is my tax rate. And the tax rate in Chatham-Kent is effectively triple that of Toronto. And do we have the same services as people in Toronto do? No, we do not. We do not have a TTC. We don't have a reference library. We don't have the amenities of Toronto. So we don't. So that's, and I live in the city. Like the people that don't live in Chatham have fewer amenities than we do. So when we look at that previously, when we looked at that previously, we used to be able to say, well, Michael or Bob or Jane or whoever, if you're sitting in your home, to sit in that same home on the front porch with your lemonade, in Toronto, your taxes would be the same because your real estate cost, your cost of your home is so much lower. Well, that's disappearing. Obviously, we're not at the Toronto level of housing, but we're creeping. And with our accelerated increased tax rate, which the gentleman with the deputation said is compounded year after year after year, I really, from a personal experience, I know that the tax rate in Chatham is very high and it's becoming problematic. For instance, I sold this building on Richmond Street that my mother owned. I just took care of it. And we sold it to a Toronto guy. And he was great. This is what a deal for a little strip mall. But the taxes were the big stumbling block. It took a month for me to kind of convince the guy that this is just the way it is. You know, a little strip mall on Richmond Street, $20,000 in taxes a year. We don't generate the rents that Torontonian strip malls do. So I guess my point is that we really, in a COVID year particularly, we really, I hope as a council, look to making cuts. Because when we talk about, well, we need to take care of all of these things, well, if we can't afford to do it, we can't afford to do it. We're going to tax people out of, not necessarily out of their homes. I don't think people are going to, you know, become homeless, I hope. But we really are taking away from the advantages that we're seeing with our increased real estate costs, our selling costs. So again, year after year after year, we hear this. Although this year, I really kind of like the idea that we didn't get the horror list that we usually do of like, well, in order to cut taxes, we have to close arenas, swimming pools, libraries, like, you know, all the fun stuff. So we're not there. What I'd like to see is a different approach to budget, in that administration come to us with cuts, reasonable cuts. Again, not swimming pools and arenas. That's the same old thing every year. But cuts to real services, like there'll be less staffing, there will be less, there won't necessarily be 6 economic development officers. What's the impact of that? Well, I don't know, because we never hear that. So I would like to see us have a 0% increase this year. Particularly, it's a pandemic year. People are struggling. And more importantly, I think the retail, you know, / commercial sector is struggling a lot. People aren't paying their rents or getting subsidized from the government. Very complicated stuff. So I hope in the next night or two, if we do in fact go for 2 more nights, the council does look at this and say, you know what, maybe this is the year that we do make cuts. Because, you know, as Councillor Harrigan mentioned, you know, $8 per home, and I understand that and I get it, but if we do that for issue after issue after issue after issue, well, that becomes real money. That's no longer like a Starbucks coffee a day. So I really hope that this council in this budget year takes a long, hard look at this stuff and decides that no, like, to land on a 3% increase or 2.5, because we'll all feel like heroes because, you know, we started at effectively 4, we brought it down almost half. This is just not the year to do this. I think we owe it to the public to make cuts to services, to infrastructure, to maybe include arenas and libraries and reduce hours. But this is the year, and we've all heard the same thing. And the deputation at the beginning of tonight's meeting was, you know, the guy was pretty frank, and I appreciate that. I think this is the year that we really, if any year, we have to look hard and we have to decide, you know what, an increase this year is just not the right way to go. And please, for once, let's make some cuts. We had all these community and business leaders come to us, I think it was in August. on how we could get to zero. We all applauded them and we thanked them over and over and over again for their efforts. And here we are, not even touching it, not even coming close to it. So, you know, what happened to that? That was an initiative through the municipality that we called on sort of the brightest minds in business in Chatham-Kent and said, hey, how do we get there? They came to us with solutions and we said, thank you very much, over and over and over again. I'm sure we sent them little glasses with the municipality's logo on them. And we've said, hey, you know what? No, thank you. We're just going to move along. We're going to raise taxes because we have to. So I'm sorry for rambling, but that's my 10 cents. I'll try not to push the hand button again. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to ramble on.
Thank you, Councillor Bondi. And just a reminder that we'll still take any motions from the floor this evening, and that administration takes direction from council. So at any time during the regular year of council meetings, we can give budget direction or direction for service level modifications or adjustments, similar to the motion that actually Councillor Latimer gave just last night. So those options are always available to any members of council or budget committee if they want to bring those motions up. So going back to the list, we have Councillor Foss, followed by Councillor Crew.
Thank you, Budget Chair. I look at the motion and I could probably live with it, but I just wanted to make a comment. 2 years ago, we thought that this was a pretty important infrastructure that we needed to fund. And now just to reduce the taxes to a level below the 3% or whatever, this is where they're looking at doing that. I'm not sure that I support that, because I'm very adamant, I guess, over the years that infrastructure is one of our most important areas to be funded. And by doing this, I think we're going probably a step backward. I guess in Thomas's remarks regarding that he can live with the changes, I sort of support him on that, I guess. But I guess the question I have is, will the same amount of storm sewer work infrastructure be done that you anticipated to do this year because of this motion?
Thank you, Budget Chair. So we have a total of 2.5 million on the books for 2021. That includes Grand, Galbraith, Elizabeth, and Wellington. Particularly on Wellington and Elizabeth, all of these are in Chatham. Those are combined sewer projects, so they're really important environmentally as well. Right now in my reserve, I have 3.2 million, so I have 700,000 after those projects, plus whatever we put in this year. So I'm right at the bottom of the account for sure. And when I say that I can live with it, I guess my point is that we can make this work for this year. But we are going to be down, you know, another 500,000. And as I've mentioned before, these projects, and the next one coming up in Tilbury is a $30 million project. It's huge. And 20 million of that needs to come from life cycle. So the challenge will be is that we're going to finish up this study that we're currently conducting in Tilbury. It'll be completed here this year. And then we're going to have that price tag to deal with, and then we'll have many discussions about, do we fund that internally or do we try to debenture it, and so on, because it's very clear that that entire system needs to be upgraded. And then right on the tail of that will be Richtown, and that's going to be, we don't have the numbers there, but we all know what the numbers are for underground infrastructure. It's very, very expensive. So you could say that by doing so, that you're just pushing this further down the road for sure. It helps you in the short term, council. I think it keeps the number down, but you're going to have more pressure in the coming years. So it's really a council decision on how you want to manage the incoming financials, really, in the cash coming in, because this day of reckoning is going to happen eventually, where we're going to have to pay for all of these assets. So those numbers are going to be very high. And right now, so again, we have $700,000 at the end of this year in that account plus whatever we put in this year. And we're going to have a report at the end of the year that says we need at least 20 million in life cycle, 10 million in capital for Tilbury only. So that's I hope that helps paint the picture. It's short-term gain, but down the road, it's the future councils in next year will have significant challenges. Thank you.
Just one other question. I guess if we had an emergency situation where we needed to do some immediate storm sewer work, where would that leave us?
Thank you, Budget Chair. So I would definitely have to, a couple of things. I would have to borrow from other reserves, potentially even the strategic reserve or other assets. For example, our arenas, our roads, we'd have to take it from somewhere, or working with our finance team, we could make a proposal to council to go out and borrow the money and set up a debenture of some type.
Okay. I guess every year we hear the same story, you know, that it's always a bad year, and I've been around for 35 plus years, I guess, and I've heard it every year. But my theory is that if we prolong things somewhere along the line, we've got to play catch up. And I guess, in my opinion, by doing this motion, that's exactly what we'll be doing. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Foss. Councillor Crew, followed by Councillor Ochieng.
Thank you, Mr. Budget Chair. I don't have much to say. I just want I need to understand that this is only like a pause for this year, where we skip this investment this year and it will be back next year.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that's sort of a question of council, and perhaps it doesn't have to be decided tonight. Maybe that could be on your guidance to us that you get us in developing the 2022 budget. But the original motion by this council in 2019 was to start with a $550,000 dollar amount in 2019 and continue it every year through the entire term of the council. So that we'd have $2.2 million more in base funding for the storm sewer category when we were done. Last year, that was approved in year one. Year two, the amount of 550 was reduced to 300,000, which added an extra 125,000 to each year of year 3 and 4. And that's what we put in the budget for this year, was 675,000, and we planned on putting another 675,000 in next year. So I think it's a question to council: are we saying, or to the budget committee tonight, are we saying that we're deferring this and the request is 1,350,000 to be added to next year's budget? Because that's the spirit of the original motion that you passed in 2019. So we're looking for direction.
Thanks, Gord. And maybe I can make a suggestion that depending on how this motion goes this evening, that in council we ask for an overview report on funding for storm sewer life cycle, so that we have those numbers, understand where we're at based on Councillor Harrigan's motion in year one of budget, and then can include that in our budget direction for next year. That may simplify this process and make sure everyone understands where we're at, and in advance of budget can make sure that direction's been given.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's just my concern, because I know that the motion was made a couple years ago, but I didn't realize this was the same motion and that, or the same fund, and that we had added what we had shorted it last year. And that's kind of typical thing that we do with infrastructure. I'm on the fence about supporting this because I know that this is a bad year. This is a year that we have never seen before. And I've always been like Joe, like every year is a bad year. But this year is a bad year. Our businesses are suffering and some of our citizens are suffering. So we need to do the best that we can, but punting it down the road is not the answer. So I'm still kind of on the fence, but thank you for clarifying that. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Crew. Councillor Oche.
My hand's still up for the next questions after this, but
apologies.
I totally agree. No, that's okay. I totally agree with what Councillor Sharp had to say earlier. We are just going to punt this farther down, and I don't think it's the time. I know we need to do something as far as cutting this budget. I agree totally with with Councillor Bondi. He had a lot of good suggestions, and I'd really like to, I find this budget very different than in past with items in our book that seem to be missing this year that were here before. So I look forward to finding out some other ways of making some cuts.
Thank you, Councillor Oche. Councillor Sakachi, was your hand up for another comment on this motion, or was it for another motion?
Just for clarification, Mr. Chair, there was a request from the floor in regards to separating that motion. Does that not have to be supported because by the mover and the seconder?
No. So anyone can ask for a motion to be separated. So it's just a request that's granted when it's asked.
Thank you.
No problem. Is there any other comments on this motion? I see no other hands. Okay, seeing no other hands, I will call the question on item number 1.
All votes are in, and the motion is carried.
And I'll call the question on number 2.
All votes are in, and the motion is carried.
Councillor Thompson, motions from the floor.
I would move that we remove item line 67 and the related line 68 from, I believe it's tab 6 in the budget requests recommended.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Do we have a second? Wait till I see a hand there. Or we might need, Councillor Finn has seconded the motion. Go ahead, Councillor Thompson.
All right, thank you. I think Councillor Bondi and Councillor Oche, specifically Councillor Oche, really hit on it just a few moments ago, that I don't think there's any good places to cut, truth be told, or rather great places to cut. But I think this is the budget we have in front of us this year. These are the line items that we can control. And I understand that the workload has no doubt increased. And I think that adding an FTE in this department would probably be a nice thing to do. But a lot of our homeowners, a lot of our residents are being asked to make do with the money they have in front of them if they're laid off, or if they're one of the lucky people working to take on additional workload. And no doubt that there is a strain there. And potentially we could look at this again another year, but I think this is a year where we have to make some tough cuts. And this is a tough cut, but I think this is something we have to do. Struggle with adding an FTE at a time like this to this amount of money, unfortunately. So I really think I would leave the comments there. I think there are a lot of good reasons why we should or possibly could add this, but I think when we look at the dollars and the cents, and unless someone has an ace up their sleeve or a silver bullet, we are running out of areas to cut from. So I think we should pull this one off the table for this year and maybe look at it again next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Dr. Reed, can you remind us of what this position is proposed for?
Thank you, Budget Chair. Certainly this is one FTE in terms of a case manager for our housing services team. I would like to remind everyone that we have had multiple conversations about housing and the housing crisis that we are in currently in Chatham-Kent. And I'm going to ask Ray Harper, Director of our Housing Services, to provide Council with a bit more information about this specific position and the work that this team is currently doing. And the requirements that we are required to fill under our service level agreement targets that need to happen. We have, through council, promised the ministry that we will meet those service level targets. So Ray, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you. Budget Chair, this is Ray Harper, Director of Housing Services. Last night at our council meeting, we identified that there's a shortage of affordable housing and market rents have increased significantly. We've been fortunate enough to develop relationships with our private landlords across the municipality who offer affordable rental units through our municipal rent supplement program. And significant marketing this program, recruiting and retaining the private landlords has been, part of the case manager to assist with the tenant relations, to support the tenants in sustaining their tenancy. So it's essential that we continue to build these relationships with our landlords and support these tenants to be successfully housed. Because, and I'll relate this to a business model, we all know how expensive and how hard it is to, if you lose a customer, to try to regain that customer. Well, if we don't support the landlords that are engaged in these rent sub programs, they're all networked and they talk to the other landlords. And that will be challenging for us to sustain our rent sub programs and to attract new landlords to participate in this. There's backlogs with and cost avoidances with regards to evictions that this case manager can help avoid, as well as in a detailed briefing note, I've identified how short-staffed we are in relations with the comparators in our neighboring municipalities in this field, and even adding this staff member to this would still result in us still being below the comparators. And this is really critical for us to be able to support the clients that we serve, as well as ensure that the tenants in the neighboring units are able to live a healthy and enjoyable lifestyle.
Thank you, Ray. I see a couple more hands up. If your comment is to this motion, can you leave your hand up? If your comment's to be next in line for other motions, I've already got you down, so you can take your hand down. Councillor Latimer.
Thank you, through the budget chair. This is to Mr. Harper or Dr. Reed. If we don't meet our service level agreements with the ministry, what do we forfeit? How much money? And what does that mean to our already our housing shortage and our crisis?
So it's April Redyke, General Manager, Community Human Services. I'll take the first pass, and then Ray can certainly add to it. As we are the service manager for housing for Chatham-Kent, and part of all of our housing money that we receive through our provincial transfers and our federal transfers, while I don't have a dollar amount, certainly would be at risk. What that risk is, certainly the province was very, very clear last year when they came to the municipality. We had to write an extensive report of how we were going to bring the number of our affordable units up within Chatham-Kent to meet those service levels. We brought that to council, and council approved that report. So not only am I concerned about kind of that financial risk, I'm also concerned about some reputational risk of us saying, yes, we will do this, and us not being able to fulfill that. So Ray, if you have anything else to add, please step in as well.
Thank you. Our service level standards are dependent on our private landlords continuing in this program. If any evictions that push clients downstream, or the cost of our supportive housing them is even farther higher. So it'll push our problem down to the employment social services if they become homeless. And with regards to what we could lose, if we don't meet our standards, we will lose funding for 42 units, 100% of that. I don't have that calculated number, but that's just one potential cost of not meeting these standards.
Thank you very much. I agree that we have to cut, but I don't think we can afford to cut our nose off to spite the face or whatever. I think we need to meet our service level. I don't think we have to meet our service level agreements. We have a commitment to the ministry, and I don't want to risk losing our federal and provincial reserves, or not reserves, but money coming in. So I appreciate where Councillor Thompson's coming from, but I cannot support this tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Latimer. Councillor McGrail.
Thank you, Chair. So just so I understand this, if we don't employ this position, we will not meet our service levels. Is that right? Is that what I'm understanding?
If I might add, Ray Harper, Director of Housing Services. I'm not saying that this position would make it so we won't meet. This makes it really challenging too, and potential risk of not meeting. If we lose our landlords and don't keep them engaged and don't support them, we need to, then we would not meet those standards. And this follows our council priorities and our strategic plan and our initiatives. So.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is to Dr. Redyke. Dr. Redyke, how much of this position do you feel has been the increased need for this position has been realized during the COVID? Has COVID played a significant role in? I know we've always seen a challenge in the affordable housing, but has COVID also played a significant role in kind of the challenges you're facing now?
Thank you, Budget Chair. Councillor Sakachi, that's a great question. And I think how I would answer that is certainly COVID has increased the acuity or the risk level of our tenants. So certainly the issues we're seeing around mental health, the issues we're seeing around addiction, the issues we are seeing around food security have all increased because of COVID. So the number of interactions increases as these things begin to increase and exacerbate within the community for sure. So it's more on that side of things that I think is really the impact that COVID has had. Certainly, you know, we can get into homelessness and all these other things, but I think Ray summed it up really well. Is our case managers in housing, not only do they help individuals find housing, they keep individuals housed, they keep all the neighbors kind of working collaboratively together. And then in all of our private nonprofits, they keep the landlords working well with us and working well with their tenants. And then all of our landlords that are in any of our private buildings where we have some rent supplements and some portable housing benefits, having case managers working with both sides of that housing continuum is really needed in order to maintain the levels of housing we have. So Ray, if there's anything else to add, feel free.
Thank you, Budget Chair. Yeah, I just want to reiterate that you know, the costs are driven down to the acute supports like our police and healthcare and intensive supports, and the mental health and the addictions and homelessness, placement of individuals with high community support needs. There's a lot of things these case managers do, and there's only 2 of them for the entire geographic region. We really need them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Dr. Reed, we did have the opportunity to discuss this line item probably about 3 weeks ago. And once we spoke, I kind of realized the significant role that this position would play. I also just wanted to kind of inquire on your position on this. I know the reserve line number 49, the economic downturn reserve, is somewhat benchmarked for these types of community needs. For fear of this maybe getting cut, would this be something that you could envision that this reserve be utilized for the benefit of our community?
Through you, Budget Chair. It's a hard question to answer, Councillor Sakachi. The economic downturn reserve is really was put in place a number of years ago to assist with our Ontario Works clients and the impact of the changing economy would have on those individuals. Some of our housing tenants certainly are on Ontario Works, but not all of them are. So it's a bit blurring of reserves to be able to say that we would think about taking this position out of that reserve. I think, you know, we are at the order of council, and we will, you know, obviously follow what council tells us to do. But as administration and as the general manager of this program, this is a position that we need. And I think from Community Human Services, we have been very fair in our FTEs. We have decreased FTEs in other areas, and we wouldn't be asking for this FTE if we did not feel it was imperative to get it.
Thank you, Dr. Redick. So I guess you didn't really answer my question, and I respectfully understand why, because it is upon our direction. I guess I don't know if Councillor Thompson's okay. You know what? I'll let this motion stand for now, and maybe might have to come back to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sakachi. Councillor Foss, I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Budget Chair. I guess my question is this an additional position?
Thank you, Budget Chair. Yes, Councillor Foss, we, as Ray indicated, we have only 2 housing case managers for all of Chatham-Kent. So this is asking for a 3rd case manager. Does that answer your question?
Okay, and it does. And the follow-up question is, how many units would they look after?
I will jump in for this.
Yeah, jump in, Ray.
All right. Yep. So they right now our 2 case managers are looking after 1,500 units, and in our briefing note, we're understaffed in our comparators significantly. It would still be understaffed with the 3rd. That's how far behind we are. Thank you for your question.
Yeah. Okay. We've been dealing with housing services pretty well at every council meeting for the past year or more. And it's something that is very important to our community because of the low housing. And if we can make that system a little more efficient and a little more accommodating to the tenants, we'll probably gain a lot of benefit by doing that. So I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Foss. Councillor Bondy, followed by Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this goes back to my earlier rant of we have to make tough cuts. We have to make decisions that aren't pleasant, that aren't pretty. This is obviously a position that from listening to the commentary is not necessarily necessary, but wanted, needed in some respects. But this is where we are when we're in a COVID year. And I heard a lot of commentary that the housing situation has been affected by COVID. And exactly, and that was exactly my point. It has been. And so has many, many other people. So we have to, we have to make these tough decisions. It's not easy. This is public, and, we all kind of look like bad guys when we support something like this, which we're not bad guys and girls, men and women. But these are the kind of cuts that I think this budget process, this budget cycle, I think is going to be unique. And I think we'll all look back on this and remember that this was COVID year, a year that we haven't even begun to see the economic impact of what COVID's going to do to our community, our nation, our global economy. So these are some of the cuts that I think are necessary and not easy, but they're part of where we are today, and I will support it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, Chairman McGregor. My first question is to April or Ray around the ranking that staff use. And I'm sure all of us are looking right now at the quote unquote B rankings to find cuts in this budget. But can you explain to me why you felt like the ranking of B3, which kind of falls under that category of something we should do, but there may be, legal or funding implications. I really want to hone in on that to help me make my decision.
Sure, if I may, thank you, Mr. Budget Chair. The B3 I felt when I submitted this is related to the cost avoidance, payback, and the legal issues. As I previously mentioned with the this of trying to ensure that we keep our landlords engaged. So we have these units. If we don't have these units and they decide not to participate in this program anymore, or they communicate how they weren't supported in this program and were unable to get other people, then we have to try to find a more expensive way to get units. And then with the legal issues, and that is directly related to the potential evictions and other legal consequences of not being able to successfully keep these people housed. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. It does. And I really do want to focus on that risk for eviction and those legal risks. So yesterday we sat in council and we reviewed and discussed this great report written by April and Ray and their teams around housing in Chatham-Kent. And a number that I really cannot shake from my head is the fact that, well, we have 1 in 6 people in Chatham-Kent, over 15,000, who are living in poverty. 1 in 5 of our children are living in poverty. And I think as a council, that's something that we have recognized early on in our term as something that needs to be addressed. Our council priorities identify community wellness as one of those priorities. Number 3 in community wellness is around ensuring there's a variety of affordable housing options to meet needs. And I see a direct tie between the priorities that we've set for ourselves, which really for me translate into what are we willing to spend money on and what are we willing to increase taxes for, if anything. This translates directly into that priority. And I think ultimately that's something that needs to guide us in the decisions that we're making. I've asked before, again, what the dollar impact on $475,000 was. It was about $8 and change. So now we're down to asking members of our community to spend $2 a year to help with affordable housing, which is one of the priorities that we have as a council, and certainly one that is worth continuing to invest in for people of all ages in CK who require housing. Building those relationships with landlords, being able to actively manage our housing cases is something that we need people to do. And I know that we don't like to grow our staffing, but the truth is people who work in social services, like whomever it will be that may get hired in this position if this passes in budget, are people who really give 110% all of the time to help give that hand up that others in our community need. And respectfully, I heard Councillor Bondi talk about the need to overcome COVID. And the truth is the data has shown us that if you are of lower income, if you are poor, then you are going to have a harder time overcoming this pandemic than anybody who is lower middle class, upper middle class, and certainly if you're a homeowner. And so I'm getting a bit passionate here all by myself in front of the iPad, but I will say that this is something I cannot support because of the priority that we have set as council, and because I think that the impact it has to the average person in Chatham-Kent, again, is worth it for the investment that's in front of us. Thank you, and I apologize for that rant.
Thank you, Councillor Harrigan. Councillor Crew.
Thank you. I get to follow Councillor Harrigan's rant, and I think she said it beautifully. But I think to the point, my point is we need to support this, especially because it's a COVID year. This is affecting people in our community, and not just the people who are poor. It costs more financially to support people who are not housed, and for whatever reason, people living in low-income houses or units are usually the most vulnerable. They're the hardest working, and it doesn't take much to send a world into a tailspin. The whole world's in a tailspin over COVID. But like Councillor Harrigan said, this really affects the folks that are in need of our services. The costs that, like homeless costs, the legal costs. Then it comes down to employment and social services. And don't forget, these are people. These are the priorities that we have set. And housing was an issue before COVID. We like to blame everything on COVID. It's magnified everything, but this isn't new, but it sure put a light on it. And I won't be supporting it. I'm sure that's not a surprise to anyone, but I would probably support another one if we could get one, because I know the value that these folks bring. And when Councillor Harrigan said they give 110%, I beg to differ. It's probably like 150 from most of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crew. Is there any other comments related to this motion? I don't see any, and I have a few of my own. So I think that we've heard a very strong message in our community about the importance of affordability, the importance of addressing affordable housing, of addressing homelessness, and we saw a lengthy and eye-opening report last night on that very topic. And I think we have to remember that we make this budget, we make decisions that make this budget 12 months of the year, and if we support the movement to increase funding in housing affordability and make that a strategic priority 12 months of the year, we have to make sure we're honest and support that during this budget process. And I think the human cost of COVID and the human cost of homelessness and being underhoused, the case for the impact on that aspect has been well made by Councillors Crew and Councillor Harrigan and Councillor Foss. And I think it's also important to note the financial impact. And I don't think that it's prudent to risk significant financial burden looking to save a relatively small amount of money 1 year in a budget and put at risk increasing the housing issues within our community that increases costs to emergency services, increased costs to community services, and increased costs to our community partners as well. And I think it's important to note that when we're talking about staffing levels and staffing reductions, even if we keep this position in, there's still a net 5.5 full-time equivalent reduction in this budget, which recognizes the challenges in our communities, despite the fact that in a COVID environment, you still need to plow the roads and fix the potholes and deal with Ontario Works cases, police the streets, and fight the fires. So I think that this is a very reasonable position to remain included in this year's budget, and appreciate the comments from Ray and Dr. Redag reinforcing that importance. And with that, I'll call the vote.
We're waiting for 2 more councillors. Please remember to hit submit. And all votes are in. And the motion is defeated.
Okay, we'll move on to one more motion before we take a break. Councillor Sakachi, I have you up next. Did you have another one?
No, no, I do not, Mr. Chair. Not at this time.
Okay.
I'm just working on something right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Foss, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Budget Chair. I think we're starting to go through the budget and starting to hit areas that are sort of hitting us where we're strategically committed to do, because we've committed to doing social housing. And I feel that we've looked at the budget pretty thoroughly, and we're starting to pick at pieces of things that people are trying to reduce the budget. I feel that the budget at 2.83 is a fair budget with what we're trying to do. So I'd like to move that we accept this budget at a 2.83 budget increase.
Thank you, Councillor Foss. Do I have a second for that motion? I don't see a hand just yet. So maybe we have a couple more motions from the floor. Can I just confirm with Steve the number we're at for the total budget increase right now?
Thanks, Mr. Budget Chair. Our current tax increase is 2.83%.
Thanks, Steve. One more call for seconds for Councillor Foss's motion. Councillor Latimer, is that what your hand is up for? Oh, I see it disappear and back up.
No, I do not wish to support Councillor Foss's motion. I do have a motion for the floor, though.
Okay, so we don't have a second for Councillor Foss's motion at this point. So Councillor Latimer, go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor, our budget chair. I would like to move that one-time funding in the amount of $184,000 be made available for other CK reserve regarding 2020 surpluses for these grants and to be this year's budgeted tax increase. And if I can, I'd like to make a couple of comments.
Seconded by Councillor McGrail.
Thank you. Through the budget chair, I actually reached out to Amy Wilcox and Steve and Gord today, and I asked Amy what was the amount of money that she didn't pay out for the Together CK, because this money would have been money that we used, that people of CK apply for their use. And so we couldn't spend this money on festivals, etc. in 2020. And I can't help but think that this money, instead of rolling into reserves, can still or should still be used for the people of Chatham-Kent to help reduce the tax impact. Now, Steve and Gord have all, they tell me they don't mind. They don't feel that this minimal amount of money is going to severely impact next year. And especially viewing 2021, that it may end up closely mirroring what happened in 2020. And that is where we have a few to nil events, maybe in the last quarter of 2021. So I would like council to consider using the Together CK money, which was allocated for the people of CK, to still be used, for the surplus to still be used for the people of CK to lower the tax impact this year.
And we have a couple comments on this motion. We'll go Councillor Thompson, followed by Councillor Crew, followed by Councillor Kirkwood-White. Councillor Thompson, you're muted.
How about now? How's now?
You're good now.
All right, that's weird. Okay, no problem. My apologies. I'm hoping somebody can double check my math. I've got this working out to about a 0.11% tax impact. Is that roughly right?
That's correct, Councillor Thompson.
Okay, so we're gonna hack off 0.11, and the way I also see this is now we're using a reserve to buy down the tax rate this year, but that would have to be made up next year. So that will have roughly, again, a 0.1% tax impact on next year, would it not?
That is correct.
And I believe in the front of the book, through the, kind of we're laying out our multi-year budgets. Next year's tax impact is already up around 4.3%, just as a rough estimate, is it not?
That is also correct.
So next year, we're going to look at 4.4%, again, heading into an election year. And I I can't support it simply because we're making a decision this year using one-time money to buy down the tax rate once, and those chickens will come home to roost next year. Now, it is only 0.1%, but if we're scraping for nickels and dimes this year, we'll be hunting for pennies next year. That's just the way it is, and I can't support that maneuver and any other maneuver like that, unfortunately. So, really concerned about this line of thought. We've seen it in the past. I've never supported it, and I can't support it this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Crew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious, is this just like going to random lines? I'm not quite sure what the intent of this is.
Councillor Crew, this is taking money from a reserve and applying it to decrease property tax increase this year. So if you remember, I believe it was 2014. I think it was Councillor Fluker made a motion to decrease the SALT budget and apply that to the tax rate that year to hit a specific number. And here we are in 2021, and we still have not made up that amount of money. So you can kick a can down the road pretty far.
Thank you. Now I understand. I won't be supporting that either, only because it digs that bigger hole.
Thank you, Councillor Crew. Councillor Kirkwood White.
Thank you, Budget Chair. I'm just looking for the 184 somewhere and can't find it. Can somebody point that out where it's hiding?
Thank you, Councillor Kirkwood White. It's not in the binder. It's within a reserve. It's a reserve amount.
So it's not in the reserve section of the binder, is what you're saying?
I'll get you an answer 1 second here. And we'll get Steve to get you an answer here.
I see $200,000 for community support and 25 for Together CK, but I don't see 184.
Thank you, Mr. Budget Chair. The 184 is a projected surplus for the grant area for 2020, so it won't be in your binder in a specific area to see. That's just what we are projecting as the.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I won't be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Kirkwood White. Did we have any more comments on this motion? Councillor Latimer, did you want some closing remarks?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I actually called Amy because this is the amount of money that wasn't paid out this year. That if it had been in a normal year, it wouldn't have ended up going into the reserves anyway. But because it's a projected surplus, it goes into reserves. So that was my concern too, that we were going to be like the salt issue. But unlike the salt issue, like we can't control our winter weather, but we certainly can control the number of people or events or things that we fund through this grant. I still maintain that this money was allocated in 2020 for the people of Chatham-Kent. We didn't use it. They didn't use it. If it had been a normal year, it would have been gone. We wouldn't even have this. We wouldn't even be talking about this $184,000. But the Chatham-Kent people, they need help, and we don't, as Councillor Foss and Councillor Thompson and everyone else on this council knows, we haven't got anywhere else to look for money. So that's why I spoke with Amy and I spoke with Steve, and Gord was in on the conversation, although I didn't speak with him personally. But I really do feel that we need to help the people of Chatham-Kent. And I know it's actually 0.12. It's not a lot, but really Gordon and or Steve said, it's a minimal amount of money, and it's not going to severely impact next year enough to not consider the benefit of the action for this year. So that is why I brought it forward for our consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Latimer. I won't put administration on the spot and ask them whether they're okay or not with this type of move, but I will quickly just ask for a yes or no. Is it generally a good idea to take one-time money and apply it to reduce one-year tax increases? So to fund ongoing expenses with one-time money. Have we generally been recommended to do that at any point in the past? I'll ask Steve that. Or Gord.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's Gord Quinton, Chief Financial Officer. So we always recommend not doing this because it comes back to bite you the following year. If the motion was to move this $184,000 of one-time surplus from this reserve to the storm sewer reserve that was just cut base funding from, that would make sense because at least it's one-time money going to add to a one-time reserve to do more work. But you know, it is surplus money. That I'll just explain how the process would happen with this. The Together CK area at year end would be recommended to go into the Together CK reserve, and the thought process of the Together CK committee was that you may remember this discussion came up in July when we took $200,000 of funds that they didn't use because they couldn't hold festivals because of COVID, and we did the small $200,000 grants out to the many community organizations that received that grant through economic development in July with a COVID response to help people with PPE. And we were criticized by the Together CK committee because they were looking forward to bringing this money forward to future years when the COVID restrictions had been removed, and that we would have extra funds set aside to kick festivals and events into high gear as soon as we possibly could. So I think the committee was looking to have even extra fundings in future years, but I get Councillor Latimer point. This money is not spent. In the end, it's up to Council's decision. Long answer for the yes or no.
Thank you. It was a few more words than yes or no. Thank you, Gord, and I definitely appreciate identifying the funds, Councillor Latimer. And I think a large part of this stems back to whether we think it's prudent to pass on increases to future years. I think we've learned in the past that does not normally go well, and I think Councillor Thompson is right. The increased pressure next year, I think, has the potential to lead to worse decisions. I do think if there is a relevant area to spend one-time money, that's a reasonable place to reallocate reserve amounts, but to artificially decrease taxation only to increase it next year, I think is a practice that we need to get away from. Seeing no other comments, I will call the vote.
All votes are in, and the motion is defeated.
Thank you. So we are at 7:47, so we will take a quick 10-minute break, at which time we'll continue with motions from the floor. Steve, could you update us what that number was again we were at?
Thank you. We're currently at 2.83%.
2.83. Thank you. And just a reminder, as we're at 2.83%, I know that that there's been some conversation about what tax rates mean versus what budget increases mean versus what total tax burden means, and some talk about how the impact of the education component of property taxes will affect commercial taxation this year. So just as a reminder, the budget increase sits at 2.83%, which would represent for commercial properties a property tax decrease of 6.1% this year based on the readjustment of education portions of property taxes. So I think that's important when we're looking at the burden to commercial properties and burden to households to understand how those numbers relate to each other. And when it comes to the tax rate, there's often some misunderstanding exactly what that means. So we do have a slide that will demonstrate, we'll leave up over the break here, the change in the tax rate in Chatham-Kent over the past number of years. So with that, we will take a 10-minute break and we'll return, let's call it an 11-minute break. So we'll return at 8 o'clock sharp.
Seconded.
Hi, Mr. Chair. Councilor McGregor.
I haven't heard him back yet, Councillor Bondi. It's Judy.
Oh, okay. I've just kind of got a weird graph in front of me, so I wasn't sure if I was still on.
Yeah, he was just
Okay.
showing that at the end, just showing what the tax rates were. He left it on the screen during break.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it's a little past 8. Apologies for being a couple minutes late. So we will move back to motions from the floor. So I have Councillor Latimer. Did you have another motion from the floor?
I do, through the budget chair. I'm just looking at line 72.
I see your mic's on, Councillor Latimer, but I can't hear you.
Oh, no, I hear. Oh,
We can hear you,
can
Councillor.
you hear me now?
Maybe I should have put my earphones on. Sorry. I can hear you now, Councillor Latimer.
Thank you, budget chair. I'm going to try this again. We take money out of the base budget. So line number 72, which is our physician recruitment initiative. Now, I want to take this out, but in doing so, I'd like to make sure that we commit to the OHT, 100,000 over the next 2 years, and take that out of our strategic reserves.
Okay, we'll get that motion up. Now, did you want that out of the strategic reserve or out of the reserve we were speaking about in the last motion?
Now, you know what? I need to talk to Gord about that. Maybe Mr. Gord, would you have a recommendation?
Point of order. Point of order, Chairman.
Councillor Harrigan, go ahead.
Thank you. I just would like to declare a conflict on this item. I previously would have had a direct conflict, but now I believe I have an indirect conflict as I work for the OHT and discuss physician recruitment on the regular.
That'll be noted, then we'll have you vote abstain on this one. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr.
Gord, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you know, as converting this base request to a one-time request or over a 2-year period, it could be more appropriate to use, or it is appropriate to use one-time reserve money for now that it's a one-time cost, and it's up to you whether you want to use strategic reserve or use that surplus that was earlier identified. Plus, there is some sitting in the reserve right now. So 200,000 out of the Together CK reserve was just a knowledge that won't be now available for any enhanced community events by the Together CK committee over the next couple of years. It'll, once it's gone, it's gone. But otherwise, it's up to you which reserve you'd like.
Okay, Councillor Latimer, which reserve are you comfortable with?
Well, you know what, the Together CK reserve, that doesn't, the monies are still there for every year, right? It's a one-time allotment, right? Am I
there's a base budget
correctly?
There's a base budget amount that feeds that reserve over time. That's correct.
Well, physician recruitment is certainly for Together CK and for the people of CK. And we are reducing our base budget, so it reduces the tax impact. If I can have a seconder, and then we can, have some comments.
Councillor Oche is seconding that. And Councillor Latimer, do you want any more comments, or do you want me to move to other speakers?
No, please move to other speakers.
Okay, Councillor Thompson, go ahead. Councillor Thompson, you're muted.
Yeah, that one wasn't on my end though. So
yeah, we got you unmuted there. Sorry about that.
Quite all right. I would have liked a little bit more heads up than the 30 seconds I got, because I had spoken to Dr. Rietdijk about this possibility. Dr. Rietdijk, can you talk about the need for physicians in Chatham-Kent today?
Thank you, Mr. Budget Chair. So yes, certainly we are still considered a community that does not have enough physicians or primary care practitioners. So certainly the need is still there for the ongoing work within our community around physician recruitment. I do kind of appreciate Councillor Latimer's motion. I think that we're in a place where we're just kind of moving significantly forward with our Chatham-Kent Ontario Health team. And at some point down the road, not certain when that will be, that physician recruitment will become a significant kind of action item for the OHT that has all of our community health partners sitting around that table. So this is most certainly still a need. We are still recruiting actively, and the group working on this is working really, really hard to bring physicians to Chatham-Kent. But I do think that even kind of moving this to a sup item for another 2 years, if you remember, that's where it was prior to this year, that we'd still get the work done. And that would give us another 2 years to see kind of where we are, where we sit, and have those ongoing conversations with the OHT and firm up some plans moving forward. And we can bring it back to council if need be in another couple of years, if it's still needed at that time.
That would be a question for Gord, so I'll get to that in a second. How has COVID impacted the need for doctors within our community?
Thank you, Budget Chair. It's a really good question, Councillor Thompson. It's the same answer with our housing clients. So our general population has certainly felt the toll of COVID-19. So once again, mental health, addictions, crisis, medical care around ongoing chronic diseases and injury prevention, individuals seeking care too late because they have been worried about kind of bogging down their doctor, or they're afraid to go to their primary care practitioner. So certainly our physicians and our people, we still need doctors, and we need them badly in Chatham-Kent. So, and we're all impacted by that for sure. And certainly recruitment for everyone during COVID-19 has been much more difficult. We're trying to get creative even within our own recruitment, but certainly for getting physicians here, COVID obviously impacts that as well.
Finding a physician, finding a family doctor plays into resident attraction and retention, plays into economic development, obviously, and it cuts across all income levels in Chatham-Kent. But would you say that the poor and the working poor are more adversely affected by the lack of finding a family doctor?
Through you, Budget Chair, certainly, yes. I mean, certainly our priority populations are poor, are individuals that are struggling, certainly have difficulty maintaining those relationships. There are a number of factors that play into that, everything from kind of fear of authority through to transportation issues. When we look at individuals from really an equity perspective, we have a long way to go to level the bar in terms of really helping our marginalized citizens, really those that need us the most. And certainly accessing physicians, accessing primary care is difficult for them as it is for others, but certainly much harder when you're faced with a number of other challenges.
All right, thank you very much for the comments, Doctor. I think as we see growth in our community, I believe that the need for doctors is going to grow exponentially. We've seen all of the development that's going on, the houses, the apartments going in, and this isn't a situation that is going to get any better in the short term, obviously, with COVID as well, increasing the strain upon the system. To be honest, when we look at the lines above 67 and 68, I see this directly relating and impacting not only the same group of people, but severely impacting that group of people as well as everybody in the municipality. So I don't think in good conscience you could vote for one and not vote for the other. Mr. Quinton, we had a conversation earlier today actually in regards to this, because I kind of thought this was going to come up. Originally it was a supplemental and then it got moved into base. How come?
So we, thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's been in, council directed us to put it into base about a year and a half ago. But we had one-time funding available last year to cover the 2020 budget. So it was actually prior to the 2020 budget when this was first approved by council and directed to be added to the budgets. But there was a delay in them needing the funds. So the money that we set aside one-time money that we did set aside in 2019 ended up covering 2020. So therefore it came back as a base now. because that's exactly what council at a council meeting directed us to do.
All right, and if we decided to move this, or rather, how'd I put it? In 2 years' time, we could decide to move this right back out of base, couldn't we?
I thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, any budget, you of course can look at anything in the base, and even if it's previously approved in base, you can then you can always go back and pull things out of the base and bring them up for motions to cut. So
right. Okay.
So none of our budget is. It's always up to council to determine what the budget is, including
All
the
right.
base.
Gord, do you have your calculator in front of you? Because I'm going to ask you a couple of questions.
Okay.
All right. $100,000. What sort of tax impact is that?
It's 0.61 0.061.
0.061. And what does that work out to for the average homeowner? I've got it down around $1.82.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly.
$1.82. I sound like Councillor Harrigan. $1.82. We're going to cut, and we're going to severely impact the health and livelihood of thousands of residents in Chatham-Kent. I'm personally pretty passionate about this one because when I moved here, I didn't have a family doctor for quite some time. And I hear every day about people who don't have family doctors and need to find family doctors. I talk to businesses that need family doctors for their employees. I think maybe I should have seconded Councillor Foss's motion because I think we're getting too cute by half here for $1.82. If you don't have your health, you really don't have anything. And I think if anything's come into sharp relief over the last 12 months, it's just how important our healthcare system is. And it's not a core business. I think we all appreciate that, but people are our core business, the people of Chatham-Kent. And this is something that needs to stay in the budget. I think it does belong with the OHT. I have no problems with that particular aspect, but I can't support switching this over at this point, not by any stretch. So I appreciate the time, and I would beseech everyone to vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. And just for clarity before we move to the rest of the comments, so this motion is not cutting this program or this funding, is that correct? So it would be funding it for 2 years from reserve funds, and so there would be no change to the way this money is currently spent. Is that correct interpretation of the motion?
Well, thank you, Mr. Budget Chair. That's correct. It's a 2-year sub, and then it would be coming back to council in year 3 again.
Thank you. We have a couple more speakers on this item. If your hand is up for an unrelated item, if you want to put it down just for a second so I can see. Okay, so I've got 4 speakers on this item. Councillor Finn, followed by Councillor McGrail.
Thank you. You basically, I wanted clarification because I was completely confused after Councillor Thompson. Just to clarify, there is still 100,000 going in as if it wasn't a base budget item. They're still getting their 100,000 a year for 2 years. And in 2 years' time, we can redo it again to bring it back into the base budget. Am I correct?
You are correct, Councillor Finn.
Okay, just wanted clarification. Thank you.
No problem. Councillor McGrail.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry. Councillor Finn kind of answered my questions there. We're still committed to our commitment to physician recruitment, which I too believe 100% in and that we need to have. And we're just saying, let's take that money from that, what has been put in reserve because we haven't used it. So that money wasn't really initially in a reserve where we want to go from this to Together CK. Am I correct in saying that?
So you're correct that it was unspent money due to COVID.
And we put it into a reserve because we didn't spend it.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, I'm going to support this. And then in 2 years, I understand where Councillor Thompson's coming from, that he wants it just in base budget, but this is actually committing ourselves to 2 years, whereas next year it could come up again. So yeah, I'll be supporting this.
Councillor, thank you, Councillor McGarrell. Councillor Foss, followed by Councillor Bond.
Thank you, Budget Chair. What happens in year 3? Does that go back into base budget, or does that have to be approved to go back into base?
Thank you, Councillor Foss. Steve?
Thank you, Mr. Budget Chair. So this would come back to at the Budget Committee as a base budget item for Council to consider.
Okay, and when it does come back, it would come back as a percentage increase, or whatever the increase would be.
You mean like the 100,000?
It would be an additional budget increase at the time.
Yes, that's correct. If it came back in year 3 at 100,000, it would be a 100,000 budget increase at that time.
Okay, so basically what we're doing is prolonging next 2 years from now as increase to reduce this year's.
It depends on what the future council would choose to do, Councillor Foss. It also could, I guess, be viewed as committing to review the program in 2 years. And I know we do, I'm not sure if it's annual right now, but we do receive those updates to council on physician recruitment. So I think it could be viewed as pushing an increase off, or it could be viewed as something that is reviewed annually or biannually and then funded out of either tax base or other funding as noted, or might change with the changing face of the OHT and healthcare delivery services.
I don't see this this program leaving us too soon. For the simple fact is that recruitment is going to be going on for a long time. We have an aging doctor population, and we're always going to be, for the next several years, in my opinion, trying to recruit doctors. Being involved in the Dresden Community Health Clinic, it's been a difficult struggle trying to attract doctors. And I think we need to make sure that this funding continues, because if we don't, a new council could indicate that it's not needed. But I'd be very reluctant to pull it out of base and use it for supplementary. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Foss. We have Councillor Bondi, followed by Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we discuss funding or pulling out of base or not, I may be the only one, but could I get a description of what this is? Physician recruitment. So obviously somebody's going to explain this to me, but is that setting up booths in Toronto at the U of T Medical School or McMaster or wherever, showing people the community? Like, what is it? What are we talking about that we're funding? Like, physician recruitment sounds good. I just don't understand what exactly it is.
Thank you, Councillor Bondi. We did have a presentation on this a short while ago, but we can ask Dr. Riedijk perhaps to review some of the highlights of that report.
Thank you. Just to refresh me, because my memory is quite short. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Budget Chair. Physician recruitment, we flow this money through to the Physician Recruitment Committee. That committee is made up of a number of individuals who work in really a number of ways to recruit family physicians to our community. So that could be anything from hosting kind of lunch and learns to bringing individuals together to look at showcasing our community, to sponsoring medical students to come down to Chatham and be able to see everything that Chatham has to offer. I could go on and on, but certainly connecting all of our groups together so that we are recruiting for physicians with a united front instead of, you know, one family practice group or family health team or CHC individually doing this recruitment. They've come together to really look at recruitment of family physicians for our entire community. So in order to do that, it requires some resources, certainly, to be able to reach out and provide these opportunities for medical students and family doctors. So that's a bit of it. Certainly, I don't have that report in front of me. I can certainly pull it up and look and see if there was anything else. But it really is a way for us to bring physicians to Chatham-Kent.
And through you, Mr. Chair, thank you, Dr. Reddick. I support the program wholeheartedly. And I, like Councillor Thompson, I came back to Chatham. Unfortunately, my physician I was still on the books, but my pregnant wife was not. So that was alarming, alarming that my wife, who was pregnant, couldn't find a family physician. So I've been there. I understand the quagmire that some people get themselves or find themselves in. And yeah, it's a very difficult situation, rich, poor, or otherwise. And I'm certainly not on the rich end, but you know, people don't have any choice whatsoever. If you don't have a family physician, you can't buy one. You know, you're pretty well, you're sunk. And so many physicians have closed practices now, of course, because they're older and they've got these enormous patient lists of like 4,000 or 6,000 people. It's just unbelievable. But the reason for my question really was that I think when the public's listening, they probably want some sort of indication as to what we're talking about, because not everybody tunes into every meeting. So I do believe the position's important. I believe it should stay in base. Obviously, I'm a guy that likes to chop stuff, but not this one. So thank you very much, and I appreciate the efforts of yourself, Dr. Reddick, and the physician recruitment team. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bondi. Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor Carmen McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarification purposes, you know, there's a potential for many of us to not be around this table in 2 years. So if that's the case, if this passes, is somebody then going to have to re-bring this forward? Or how would that potentially look once this two-year program is completed?
Steve will answer that question for you, Councillor Sakachi.
Thanks, Mr. Budget Chair. So this would not be required by a council member to bring forward again. It would be included within the 2023 budget automatically.
Now, would it come under the recommended tab though, or would become what tab would this come under? It would definitely wouldn't be in base anymore for the foreseeable future until somebody re-put it back into base. Is that correct?
It would most likely be included in tab 6.
Oh, okay, thank you, Mr. Brown. I was just wanted some clarification because I thought we recently just, as Councillor Thompson said, put this into a base request, and just because you know there's no certainty in that year for myself, I have to support it remaining in the base myself. So that's all my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Sakachi. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you. Was just waiting to be unmuted. I'm a little concerned about making changes right now, and I fully understand the need for the additional recruitment dollars and monies. But if we leave it at 100,000 for this budget, that does not change anything for us to be able to come back. But I don't understand why we are spending this much time. If we're putting 200,000 over through the reserve, through the supplementary funds for 2020, is that actually affecting the budget percentage this year, or are we just talking about something that's going to affect the budget percentage for next year? If I could get that answer. And because, you know, I think it's a conversation that we need to have in more in depth, and I think it needs to come up every year and ongoing until we don't need additional doctors, because I think we need to work in our community to help to bring them there. I myself am faced with a doctor that's retiring within another year. So, you know, I understand where it's at, but I guess please just tell me all this conversation that's going on right now, how this is affecting this year's budget. If we just leave it as it is with the 100,000, or even if we switch to the 200,000, how is this affecting this year's budget and the percentage of this year's budget that we will be passing on to our taxpayers?
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. Steve, can I ask that question for you as well?
Thanks, Mr. Budget Chair. So this would be removing $100,000 out of the base budget for 2021, which would be a reduction of 0.061%. And the reason why there's 200,000 in is it's a 2-year sup, $100,000 per year for the next 2 years.
Okay, which is fairly minimal. So, okay, help me make my decision at least. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. Mayor Kiana? Mayor Kiana, if you're muted.
Thank you. Can you hear me now? All right, I guess I hit it and went back. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly support the need for doctors and the need to support the 100 grand. The motion on the floor basically says the next 2 years we're going to support this out of supplementary budget. So we do get a bit of a cut this year, and that we'll do a reassessment back in 2023. So I like the idea because it's consistent with what we've been doing with the cuts. This is a rainy day right now. How can we lower the tax increase for this year? This takes for the next 2 years. We will ensure that we fund it for the next 2 years. The one issue I have is coming from the Together CK Reserve. So if I could ask for a friendly amendment from Councillor Latimer, I believe that the Together CK Reserve is really going to need money for when we need to kickstart all these events. They're going to need more money because the corporate sponsors may not be there. We'll need to potentially put some more money. So if you put it from the strategic reserve, I could support it, but otherwise, given that, I'll have to not support it.
Is that a friendly amendment, Councillor Latimer?
Sure.
Okay, we'll get that on the board here. Might just take a moment.
Yeah, so it's consistent with what we're doing with a number of other cuts that we've made over the last couple of days, and the program's in place. If this was putting it all together, I would be not supporting it. But given that we will continue to support that, it's essential, as other people have said. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Kiana. We'll just take a few seconds to get that up. Do we have any other comments related to this item? Councillor Pinsno, did you have a comment related to this item? Nope. Okay, thank you. So we'll just get that up in a second here. Seeing no other comments, I'll just make a few. I agree with a number of the comments. It's an important area of investment. I think that we are committed, even when we pass this, to still funding this program for 2 years. And I think appropriately, we're also committed to reviewing progress, to make sure this is the right dollar amount, to make sure that the partnership is working the way it should, and to really keep council updated with how that partnership changes as delivery of healthcare changes in the community. So I think that it's by no means removing any focus of importance on this area of investment. It's just changing the way we fund it for 2 years and committing to doing exactly what we are doing, and that's reviewing it in open council with those reports as we've done in the past. I think we have it up there now. Yep, we do. So with that, I will call the vote on this motion.
And sorry, Meredith, it's Councillor Harrigan. Do you want me to actually push abstain or not vote at all?
You can push abstain, that's fine. We'll record you as having a conflict in the minutes.
Thank you.
And all votes are in. The motion passes.
And we'll just get an update on what number we are at currently. Just a moment here. We're at 2.76 right now. Mayor Caniff, did you have a motion from the floor? You're the next speaker.
Yes, I did, Mr. Chair. I'd like to go to tab 6, line 63. I've been hearing a lot the last few days of how we need to cut. It's a rainy day, as I mentioned just a few minutes ago. It's one of those things that this year we need to respect the taxpayers and understand there's a lot of hardship out there. So when I look at line 63, it's a cut that I would prefer not to do, but it's one of those things given the rainy day. I'd like to take the line 63, which represents a 1.5% inflation, and adjust that to 1%, which is a reduction of that line of $295,700, which is a 0.182 decrease to taxes.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff, and we'll get that motion up. And I see Councillor Bondi, you're seconding that.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bondi. So we'll get that motion up, and then Mayor Caniff, you can make any more opening remarks you have, and then we'll continue on through a speakers list here.
No, it's pretty self-explanatory. Again, we'll be going back to, I'd like to think next year we can afford to go back to the full expansion of infrastructure spending increases, but this year is just one of those years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. And we'll go to Gord for comment, and then I'll have Councillor Pinsino followed by Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to perhaps give an explanation of how we arrived at line 63 for the inflation amount that we put in this year's budget. This represents 1.5% inflation. And but particularly that may seem a little high compared to what the inflation actually was in 2020 because of COVID. But what that needs to be compared with is the construction CPI. So I looked that up today, and the fourth quarter is not published yet, but the first 3 quarters of 2020, even with COVID going on, construction inflation is running at about 4%. And in fact, that's exactly what the average has been over the last 5 years, is a 4% a year. So we lose purchasing power on our asset management plan. In the 2020 budget, council actually approved a 3% increase for inflation on our asset management plan. EMT, knowing that it was a very difficult budget year with COVID, cut that in half coming into the budget process. So we've already have made a reduction. This would have, the $887,000 line would have been twice as much had it not been that we consciously made this reduction, knowing that this was a very tough year. And so I just wanted council to be aware that we've already cut this. EMT has already cut this by 50% of what it should be, and compared to what you approved in the budget for 2020. Thanks.
Thank you, Gord. I'm not sure where I wrote down the name of the next speaker. I think I said Councillor. Apologies. I'm looking for it.
Councillor Pinsino.
Yeah, Councillor Pinsino, right, is next. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just want to bring a more motion forward. So I'll keep my hand lowered if you got me on a list to speak to a motion. Okay?
So you have a motion after this one?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
So I'll lower my hand and just put me on your
And
list.
then I got you. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Next speaker, Councillor Harrigan.
Great, thank you, Chairman McGregor. I believe my question is first to Gordon, then I have a question to Thomas. So I always struggle with inflation as a general concept, despite the economics background. But Gord, can you help me understand, just generally speaking, when people talk about inflation and they'll say a phrase like, well, if we don't account for inflation, we're actually spending less than what we did this year. And how does that apply to our construction or any of the infrastructure projects that we have?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the question. So I think easiest if I give an example and ignore the numbers that I'm talking about because Thomas would have to give me better numbers. But let's say repaving a 1 kilometer of road costs $1 million in year one or last year. If inflation is going up 4%, instead of doing the whole 1 kilometer, the following year you can only do 960 meters, a 0.04% reduction because inflation, the cost of the price increases of the asphalt went up, so you have less money to get the job done. And I just wanted. EMT, knowing it was a tough budget, already made that decision into the budget process and cut what we needed really in half already. And but basically, it's your purchasing power has been reduced, but by the cost of the goods going up.
And does it have an impact on projects that we've already budgeted for, but maybe haven't completed yet? So let's say there was something we approved in the summer of 2020, but because of COVID and things like that, the work hasn't been done yet. How is that funded, and those added or unexpected and inflationary costs, does that come out of our life cycle reserve as well?
Yeah, so normally in the planning of a stage, often a bridge repair, for example, replacement, it'd be planned to be a 1 or 2 year project perhaps, but if a delay came up it's not until we actually go to tender a project that we actually have a locked in price. Lots of factors can affect how busy construction companies are and how busy they are in neighboring municipalities and who's available to make a bid. But just the fact of waiting on construction projects is driving up prices about 4% a year. And that's through the historic average of the last 5 years. So it's not just a blip or anything that's going on.
Great, thank you. So I really appreciate all of the creative ways that we are looking for ways to reduce taxes. But for me, this actually translates into service reduction. And we know as counselors that some of the areas that we are most called upon around issues are infrastructure related. So if we've already cut the budget amount for the construction inflation rate, and now we're looking at cutting it even more, to me, that's not even just being, short a few $100,000. That actually is going to translate into us not being able to do as much in the future year as we have in years past. In an area where, let's be honest, the residents and constituents of Chatham-Kent have really high expectations, and the bar graph that Mr. Kelly shows us fairly frequently demonstrates that we can't afford to pay to meet those expectations yet. So I really appreciate that we're looking under every nook and cranny to find potential savings, but I don't think this is a place that we should look. So I'm not in support of this.
Thank you, Councillor Harrigan. Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Quinton has already answered my questions. I guess the only follow-up I just had is that this won't impact, because it's just into the inflation, this won't impact any matching funding or any types of funding that we would receive, because this is just related to inflation. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have sort of a it depends type of answer with this one. So through the asset management planning regulations, we actually passed a bylaw that we would support our asset management plan, and have submitted that to the province. That's where we've committed to the 1% increase from 2017 to 2022 when we have a updated plan that will come to council. We made other commitments in that asset management plan too. I think the largest one is that council also approved that 0.4% would be found every year through either efficiencies or by divesting of assets. We have come to this council several times over the last 2 years with recommendations to divest assets, and every time that part of the equation has never been approved. Thomas's group, he can talk to this, but the engineering group is always working to become more efficient, to find more efficient ways. They bundled projects together to save costs. They're doing tests on different materials, but only so much can be found through efficiencies. And so without a divestment, we have a huge gap to fill. The 2022 asset management plan likely will have to head back up towards the 1.4% a year, or stretch out another 10 years to get fully funded, whatever way council wants to go at that time. But as to your specific question about does it put grants into jeopardy, you're losing your purchasing power. So yes, we still have that commitment for the 1%, and I think that's the most important part of the equation, is that we always keep that 1%. I think that's the easiest one for the upper level governments to look at, and it's what we really have signed off on, that we're adding 1% a year for the 5-year period. So, but giving away your purchasing power, of course I can't recommend it. Will it get us in trouble as far as our upper level grants? Likely not. And when I say upper level grants, it's 3 grants I'm particularly concerned about. It's our federal gas tax funding, where we get 6.3 million. It's our Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, where we get 5.3 million. It's the annual applications that we make for our connecting links that recently we had 3 million for the Lord Selkirk Bridge in Wallaceburg, and that now this year we're getting 3 million for Grand Ave East in Chatham. That's the connecting links, Highway 40 to 401. And we have our hand out to the province right now for Erie Shore issues, and they expect us to fulfill our commitments to our asset management plan. So I know that's a long answer, and it's not giving you a direct yes or no. Overall, I don't think it will affect upper level grants, but we're losing purchasing power though. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Quinton, and I do appreciate the comments you made in regards to the divestment aspects as well, because I do think that I've made some choices that that I've potentially have to live with today, and I think that when administration does those detailed analysis in regards to divestments, and we choose not to go that way, it sure makes this this week and these next few days that much more challenging. And I think that I myself have to do a better job of understanding that throughout the year as well. So I appreciate your answer and your comments.
Thank you, Councillor Scotchy. Just a quick follow-up to that question for Gord. The OCIF funding that's provided by the provincial government directed at infrastructure projects in Chatham-Kent, the annual funding, has that gone up based on inflation?
Thank you, Chair, for reminding me of that. No, it has not. It's been at 5.3 million for a few years now. And in fact, in the past, we used to get about a 3-year heads up on where it was going in the future. This government chooses to do annual announcements at the Roma conference on what we're going to get. So we're already, well into our budget process before we hear them out. And of course, we would have hoped to at least get a 2% inflation increase or 4% inflation increase to match the construction CPI would have been nice. But we got absolutely zero inflation, which means that council is left to pick up the entire inflation amount of our asset management plan. As far as the federal government's side, they are adding to it. And this year was a freeze. They will review it from time to time though. So I am hopeful that more goes into the pot across Canada in the future from the federal gas tax. The problem with that is that they spread that out by population. So larger growing centers end up getting the extra funds, and we usually stay pretty stagnant on that one as well.
Thanks, Gordon. I think that's important to note that we've done a really good job over the past few years in meeting our asset management plan requirements, keeping up with inflation, and that funding that we also rely on that is taxpayer money that flows from the provincial government doesn't meet that same standard of meeting inflationary pressures. So just thought that's maybe not something that directly impacts this motion, but it is something to note when we talk about the challenges of infrastructure investment. Councillor Foss, followed by Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Budget Chair. I'm not in support of that. We have worked hard over the past years trying to get the infrastructure funding up towards that. It still does not meet what we want to obtain. And by doing this, I feel it's just going to set us backwards. So I cannot support it. I guess Councillor Sakachi sort of asked the question that I was going to ask, and that's basically the impact that this motion would have on the provincial funding through our asset management plan. But I guess that's already been addressed. But anyway, I cannot support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Foss. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. A couple of questions, and then I think I have a couple of comments as well. I guess the first off would be to Gord in regards to the money side of things. The way I understand inflation is, of course, it accumulates, right? So if we reduce our expectations of inflation this year to 1%, that would have an impact on what we might have to assume inflation is next year, wouldn't it?
Well, I think thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the key is we're only 52% funded on our asset management plan. So it's not as if we're up there 80-90% funded, and this will have little impact. And the engineering group can detail us much better than I, but sometimes you need to catch that road or bridge before it completely fails, because it's much cheaper to do it than at complete failure. And I think this loss of purchasing power just compounds the issue going forward. So helping us get our asset management plan funded at least to the 80% level as quick as we can makes these issues less important. But I know this is just a $300,000 decrease overall. It's in a $30 million projects that we were talking about earlier tonight. This is a drop in the bucket, but it just compounds year after year. So not only do you not have it this year, you don't have the compounding effect going in the future on that 300,000 either.
And that's what I was touching on, the compounding effect. I mean, I guess I didn't put it the way I would. Let's just say for rough numbers, and numbers I understand, we'll just go with 10%. If inflation was running at 10% a year, after 2 years, you're at 21%. But if we decide it's only running at 5%, then we're only at 10.25. So we're actually falling further and further behind because of that compounding effect that inflation would have, right?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. And to Councillor Sakachi's comment and question, and I think Councillor Foss as well. If this money meant we couldn't do another project, that would potentially be another project we couldn't apply to get matching funding for, right? Like you mentioned, the connecting links as an example.
Budget Chair, if I could input on that. It's Thomas Kelly. So it's definitely a risk. So back in 2017, we came to council, we asked for, it was a requirement, actually a legislated requirement to have an asset management plan. And part of that, we made this commitment. And that commitment again was 1% per year increase plus 0.4% savings. So we have fallen short on the 0.4% as Gord mentioned. That is at risk, but they haven't come after us on that. Over the years, we've had good years and better years. For example, last year, the overall impact increase was 8.5%. And again, we encountered an inflationary index of about 3 or 4%. It typically runs higher than the CPI, the Consumer Price Index. And that's because of the equipment is heavy equipment. It's usually coming from the States. The material costs have gone up significantly. Fuel has been stable. Labor, as Monty McNaughton is pushing very hard for us to try to get more skilled trades. So as he has shortages, all of our contractors have shortages in labor. As a result, some of their prices are going up to attract people into the industry. So again, at the end of the day, what this does, it just decreases our buying power by about $300,000. When I look at it now, we're at just about a little over 4% increase from last year, and that's on the whole infrastructure budget. So to put it another way, we're just holding our own now. So we didn't, last year we made a gain on inflation and on the entire plan and closing that gap. This year we'll just be holding our own when you consider inflation.
Thanks, Thomas. I guess the point I was trying to make was along the lines of back in September, just as an example, we rehabilitated a section of Grand Avenue East, and we got Connecting Links funding for that. But if we couldn't have done Grand Avenue East in the first place because we didn't have the money, then we might not have gotten Connecting Links funding. If you're following what I'm trying
That is
to say.
true. Like for every project, they will fund up to a maximum of $3 million, and we have to put forward the remainder of it. So that's absolutely true. And a lot of our projects, like the Lord Selkirk Bridge, was $6 million. So we had to put up 50% of the funds actually to get that $3 million.
Right. Thank you. Okay, that was kind of the point I was trying to drive home. Right off the top in the night, I said I was in support of reducing that money for the underground infrastructure, but I said I wouldn't support cutting infrastructure in this sort of nature. And to be honest, I feel the same way. I hear about the poor condition of our roads for 11 months of the year. It's one of the number one complaints I get. I've never heard anybody say, no, Councillor Thompson, don't sweat it. Our roads are in good shape. I always hear that roads need to be worked on, that some of our facilities, our arenas need to be worked on as well. So this isn't something I could support simply because it's robbing from Peter to pay Paul. And when I talk to people about stuff they are prepared to spend money on, right at the top of the list is infrastructure. So I think we need to continue to fund and at least come close to matching inflation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Mayor Caniff, final remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just some final comments. I agree that 1.5 to 1%, neither one of those is maintaining inflation. EMT, when they set the budget, talked about inflation's running at 4.5%. So we're falling behind. And I heard a comment talking about how this sets us back. You're right, it does, but COVID sets us back, sets everybody back. So we look in here, I look at this as a balance between the two. In a normal year, I wouldn't be suggesting this. I agree with everyone that infrastructure is super important, but in this year, based on all the comments and stuff, that's why I'm looking at shaving it off a little bit, knowing that in either case, it's not keeping up with inflation, but given that it's one of the, I've said 3 times already, it's that rainy day that there's some expectations out there. So thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I see no other comments, so I will call the vote.
All votes are in, and the motion passes.
Councillor Pinsino, I said I'd come to you next. Do you have a motion?
Yes, I'm probably going to start another fire here. I move to remove $500 from line item 9 in tab 4. If I get a seconder, I got some comments.
Councillor Pinsino, do you mean 500,000?
$500,000. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Wright's put his hand up, so I believe he seconds that motion.
Okay. We've been very diligent for several years with this life cycle funding, and Gord did send me an email today when I run this by him and told me all the reasons why this shouldn't happen. But I honestly think we're ahead of most communities in Southern Ontario. Like, we probably are the poster child. Other communities are actually going to be needing government bailouts because COVID has thrown them that much farther behind. I hope actually that doesn't affect us getting government funding as well, because we've done such a good job. This year is unprecedented, and we are running out of options. And we got to look after our tax base here. People are stressed to the max this year. We're still adding, by taking this 500,000 off, we're still adding $1,124,000 to the life cycle. And I'm sure we keep hearing the government saying we're not meeting our 1%. However, nobody's going to meet their target this year with the COVID. Next year, we can go back to business as usual. We got a ton of new homes starting this year. I think that, our assessment is going to be up. I think that's going to be a bonus for us, but we're going to have a lot of other pressures as well. We're still adding, it's 5.7%, I heard earlier today, that we're adding to our life cycle. So this is going to take off 0.3%. So we're still adding 5.4% to this budget, which is above that 4% or 4.5% they were talking about for the inflation. I think we're running out of options, and we got to do something to help the tax base. They're stressed this year. Thank you.
We're going to have a lengthy speakers list on this one. To start, perhaps we will go straight to Gord and then Thomas for comment. And I think that might address some of the questions that are expected through here. So hopefully that will shorten up some of the discussion a bit. So Gord, would you care to comment first?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I've already said it, most of my comments in answer to the previous question. The 1% is the key that we've committed to the upper levels, that we would do our share to fund this infrastructure gap and raise taxes by 1% for a 5-year period. I'd much rather that council focus during council meetings throughout the year on divesting assets, so that our goalpost at the end of this line came a little bit closer to us, rather than hitting the 1% that council's already committed to as part of the asset management plan. Thomas, do you have anything else?
Thank you, Gord. Thomas Kelly, General Manager of IES. So I agree with the comments from Gord. When we start working on this particular one and reducing it, my concern is that we are now putting ourselves at risk with the province. We made a commitment, and we have hit that commitment, with the exception, though, of the 0.4% reduction. So if we had come forward with a number of reductions and overachieved in reductions, I think we'd have an explanation, but this one is just another cut, and we haven't been hitting our reductions. So I would be concerned about potential future grants from the province. A case could be made that Chatham-Kent no longer is hitting their original commitment. So that would be the greatest risk of this particular proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we'll move through a lengthy speaker list here. So let's do our best to try not repeat questions, and do our best to get through this in a succinct manner, respecting that appropriate debate, of course, is necessary. I'll first go to Councillor Solomon.
Mr. Chairman, you're going to be very pleased to hear that I put my hand up because I want to bring a motion later. So I have nothing to say on this.
Okay, I've got you down for the next motion. Councillor Foss.
Thank you, Budget Chair. The amount of money from the stormwater management or stormwater infrastructure, was that coming out of this tab?
It wasn't directly, the 475 wasn't out of this tab, but the 300,000 that was redirected was part of this tab, yes.
That's right. So we've already got 300,000 taking out of it, plus the 1.124. It's not going to leave a whole lot there, type thing. So I can't support it. My comments are the same as last time. It's putting us behind in our infrastructure plan. Plus, as mentioned by Thomas Kelly, it could jeopardize our funding through the province for future funding opportunities. So I will not support it.
Thank you, Councillor Foss. Councillor Wright.
I didn't have my hand up. Thank you.
No problem. Councillor Kirkwood-White.
Thank you, Budget Chair. I have a question for Thomas related to the list that we were provided. 2019 4-page list on assets that totaled $66 million. And I'm wondering whether this list is something that we can take a look at as far as divestment goes, or is there another list that we should be looking at if we're going to focus on divestment of assets?
Thank you, Budget Chair. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with are you talking about the capital budget, or I'm not familiar with the 4-page list that you're referring to?
Yeah, I think it's something that Steve provided us to put in the binder.
Steve could send me a copy, or?
Yeah, it's headed 2019 asset type, description, and amount, and it totals $66 million.
And it lists all the different categories on it?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm familiar with that.
Arenas, bridges, fire, fleet.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So is this a list that we could take a closer look at in terms of divestment, or is there another list that we should be looking at?
Well, so for example, you'll see in that list, you'll see bridges greater than 3 meters. There's 889 of those bridges.
Right.
You'll see bridges under less than 3 meters. There's 19,000 in that category. So that's a very high level assessment. Arenas, we have 10 arenas.
Right.
So that's the high level assessment. And within there's tremendous detail behind every one of those. I have a very detailed sheet on every single building. You'll see buildings listed, community halls listed. I have a very lengthy file that details out the age, the square footage, each individual component, where it is on its life cycle, the condition, things like that. That's the asset management plan.
Yes. So my question is, when can we take a look at that? Closer look at recommendations from you about which assets we should be divesting.
Well, it's available anytime, really. We've come forward with several ideas which have been declined by council. In particular, the bridges, like we came to council with the McDougall Line Bridge, based on the direction from council to look at the divestment and also part of the asset management plan. That was to this day, that was the very best business case we have as far as divesting a bridge. But council gave us direction not to move forward. We then came back with another huge opportunity for savings, which was to fix 2 of the bridges in Wallaceburg. And that was further diverted until after the community development study, which is over a year away. So those were opportunities certainly to, and big dollar opportunities, I might add. The way to look at this is that you probably want to take your largest, most expensive assets and see what opportunities are there. Those were 2 that we presented council, and we didn't get the feeling there was any appetite for those type of cuts.
So
Tom, I don't know.
If we were to revisit that previous motion, what kind of money would we be looking at with regard to the McDougall Line Bridge?
Well, since council gave us a direction, we've gone out and hired a consultant. We've spent, in round numbers, around $100,000, and we'll be spending probably close to another 75 on top of that. The bridge design is getting close to being completed. Still some work to do, and then from there we'll send it out to tender. We expect the tender to be anywhere between $2.5 to $3 million. So that's the opportunity for savings there.
And if we were to revisit that, would that require a 2/3 vote?
Yes, based on the motion, we were asked to replace the McDougall Line Bridge. I'd need a 2/3, our council would have to present 2/3, yes.
And just to clarify, that would be a motion that could not be made in budget. That would have to be made in council.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Oche. Councillor Oche, your mic is, oh, there you go.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To Mr. Kelly, the movable bridges that you were talking about in Wallaceburg, have we even got the okay to landlock those bridges from the federal government yet?
No, thank you, Budget Chair. The proposal we made was to start the process to do that. And the direction from council was to wait until the community development study that my colleague Bruce is working on down at the waterfront, which essentially would delay the work at least a year or more. So far within the community of Wallaceburg, we've really updated 3 of those bridges now, and these 2 are at the very far north end. From our public consultation that we had in Wallaceburg, that was one of the ideas that you recall that there was a very low traffic use of moving the bridges. And at the far north end, there's very few, even fewer boats that go past that. So the proposal was to start that process, to start to work with the government, Transport Canada, work with all the engagements of the public and also any Indigenous groups that may be impacted, and start that process. And again, the proposal is not to eliminate the bridge, it's just to fix it. And logically, we have already done that in Chatham all the way down, starting at the Prairie Siding Bridge.
Right. Now the navigable waters, that you could just go to the federal government without any of this being okayed, could you not, first? And have that in your hand, and then if council votes to go ahead with it, then...
Thanks, Councillor Oche. I think we're delving into some council report type issues. And
okay, that's fine.
Yeah, no problem. We're going to try and focus on the budget items. Yeah, thank you.
Certainly, I do have actually a question.
Go ahead.
Regarding this. So we were at 5.7, Steve said earlier. Now, with the money that was taken from the, the
inflation portion?
Yes. Now, does that bring that number down from the 5.7?
Yeah, we'll get that total number. So we'll get that number here for you with the inflation portion taken off.
Okay.
Just a second here.
Sure.
Yeah,
no,
Steve's
no
got
problem.
that number for you right now here.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Budget Chair. So the overall percentage increase in infrastructure spending right now would be 5.21%, and just shy of $3.1 million.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Steve. And then just my last question actually is to you, Mr. Chair. Did you forget you had my name down for speaking on other items, not on this particular item?
Sorry, yeah, I think I did. So I will go to, is it a motion? Do you want to make it after this one?
Well, I have some questions, whether I make a motion or not.
Okay, so we'll, apologies. Yeah, this paper's getting a little bit full of names here. So I'll get to you after this motion. And then on my list, just to see if I'm missing anyone for motions after this, I've got Councillor Oche, Councillor Foss, and Councillor Solomon.
Great, thank you.
Does anyone else need on that list? Just so I don't forget you. Okay, Councillor Carmen McGregor, did you want on that list for after this motion as well? Nope. Okay. Great. Thank you. Okay, so other comments related to this motion. I've got Councillor Harrigan followed by Councillor C. McGregor.
Thank you, Chairman McGregor. I just am wanting to share that I am not in support of this motion. I think we need to stay the course around infrastructure and life cycle. If you look at the very thick tab around community engagement on 9G, there's quite a number of surveys responses around areas where there's opportunities to find budget savings, or what services CK Council should consider in order to lower the budget. And you'd be hard pressed to find somebody say infrastructure, roads, bridges, those sorts of things. Those are what people in Chatham-Kent prioritize. And, you know, while we've certainly had a number of conversations about infrastructure as a council, I think that the important thing and what best respects the voice of the community that we have heard over the last year is to maintain this budget line. And then over the course of the year, through motions like Councillor Latimer's recent notice of motions, understand opportunities that the communities are looking for in terms of how we can find savings in our infrastructure. So we need to stay the course on this. This reminds me of, you know, when I was a new homeowner and thought if I ignored a problem, it would just go away. And then when I returned to it, it turned out to be triple the cost, which is a tough lesson to learn as a young homeowner, and certainly will be a tough lesson to learn as a council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harrigan. Councillor C. McGregor.
Thank you, and through the chair. First off, I can't support this either. I think that it is really backtracking if we try to do that and reduce that. This is definitely a direction that we are continuing to move in. I actually think at this point in the budget, we seem to be taking strikes at whatever, you know, even referencing to EMT and another councillors motion or discussion about a local bridges where they haven't consulted a community. So, you know, this is, I think it's just getting to too many points outside of our budget discussions tonight. So discussion for another night, and I will plan some other thoughts, you know, of how we do this. Maybe Wallaceburg should be cut loose from Chatham-Kent, and you would be under your 100,000 and get your grants, and we would do the same on our side. So I don't know, you know, it's it seems to be lowering the discussion in the budget right now and avoiding some of the dollar issues. We may be at a point where we can't cut any lower and meet all of our community needs. So I'll leave it at that. That's enough of me carrying on for one night. So thanks, Brock, for entertaining me.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. And just for clarity, we can't vote on de-amalgamation in a budget committee meeting, but appreciate the thoughts tonight.
I was trying.
Okay, Councillor Sakachi is the last hand I have for comments on this particular motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Many of these motions that were brought forward, you know, I've been on the fence on in contemplating, you know, the benefits to our community. I'll keep this very short. I think if this motion here is approved, that we could see a significant downfall in regards to the potential of grants and funding. And I just think that, you know, this to save this money now might come at a very great cost in the next couple of years. And I'd hate to be sitting around a meeting or budget next year trying to come up with even more solutions for a challenging situation that we've created by trying to look at savings within our infrastructure. Several of the items previously I've supported. This one, I think, just comes with way too many what ifs and the potential to cause significant downfall. So I cannot support this item.
Thank you, Councillor Sakachi. I do see Councillor Caniff, his hand just came up with a comment here. Sorry, Mayor Caniff. Mayor Caniff, did you have a comment?
Just a very brief one, yes. I went to the limit as far as what I can do for infrastructure. I can't support this. The 1% is critical for future funding and various things, and I think we put it down. So anyway, I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, and that's all the comments we have, so I will call the question on this motion.
And all votes are in. The motion is defeated.
Councillor Oche, apologies I did not get to you sooner, but the floor is yours for those questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Gord, you mentioned, and this was right off the bat there, about Kingsville's tax increase. Now, when you're in a county like they are, we are no longer like that. So Kingsville has a tax increase of 2 or 1. I can't remember if it was 2 or 1.2%. Do they get the Essex County tax added onto theirs?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, they do.
Okay. Do you know what Essex County is right now?
I'd have to look it up. I think I understood it was quite low this year, and I think, as I understand, that was through very high assessment growth. But I don't have that exact figure. I can look.
Okay. And is that for every place in Essex County, like Leamington would have that, Essex would have that, Lakeshore would have that.
Yeah, so they each make their decision independently on their lower tier levy, and then the upper tier, which has the employment and social services and the EMS services and all those other levels of services are at the libraries and things are at the county level. So.
Okay, so this is an assumption and I may be wrong, but I'm assuming most places would be in the 2%, if that's correct. At least 2%.
Yeah. So Essex County, it ranged. I'm not sure exactly where everyone ended up. Amherstburg, I know, had a very high draft, but I'm not sure where they all added up. But you could say on average, it's around the 2% at the lower tiers.
Okay, thank you. So those questions weren't anything to do with emotion. That was just some information I wanted to get out there because I don't want everybody thinking that everyone come in at 1%. We're at 2 or whatever. Sorry, I don't know what the number is right off the top. But so to Gord as well, through you, Mr. Chair, the money that we get for garbage basically going to the dump, I know we get a payment normally. Have we got a figure on that this year, and is that already in the budget?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that's already in the base budget. It's around 2.2 million, but Thomas probably would have more details on that, but it's already in the base budget.
Okay, and that's the same.
And it did not increase this year. There was Thomas will have more details, but that agreement I think came to council this year for an extension, and this year there was no increase.
Okay, and would that be the same with Integris is already in the budget? Like the
thank you.
Dividends?
So Integris, we had no increase as well this year, and that was mainly due to their COVID-19 impacts and their much higher increase in allowance for doubtful accounts issues.
Okay, thank you. And then through you, Mr. Chair, again to you, Gord. I had asked on the Bradley Center how many of the rentals were actually the municipality of Chatham-Kent. You did not have an answer. I don't know if you have now.
Yes, I think. Thank you for the question. Yes, so back at a council meeting, you had asked about that. It was about how many of the rentals in 2020 were Chatham-Kent rentals, and the way the Bradley Center reports their rentals, it's on a per day basis. And if you remember, we actually had a homeless shelter in the Bradley Center from May till September. So almost all although there were a couple shows that happened in January and February, and maybe a couple weddings and other events, there was really very limited events. And then of course we were running it ourselves for the homeless shelter. So they're almost exclusively Chatham-Kent rentals, but 95% of the days were actually our homeless shelter.
Okay, and I guess through you to Kathy Hoffman, you had sent out a letter to us saying that the provincial government was going to rent that the Bradley Center. Did that ever happen?
Thank you, Budget Chair. No, that didn't. And we had, as what Gord Quinton just described, rather, we had other renters in there instead by using the shelter. Yes, but no. The one that I spoke to you about in that confidential email, no, that did not take place.
Okay, and that was supposed to happen actually after the shelter was closed. So
that's correct.
Okay. Okay. And now to Thomas, through you, Mr. Chair. Thomas, would it take the $18 million that the Civic Center needs in repairs to make the Bradley Center into a new Civic Center?
Thank you, Budget Chair. I couldn't possibly answer that question at this time. I haven't done the analysis. I've never been asked to do that analysis before, so I'd have to get back to you on that. That's a very complex question.
Okay, okay, because I think there could be some huge savings there if we were to move to one building, which would be the Bradley Center, sell the Civic Center. Not obviously, I can't make that motion here, but we would sell that building and we would make taxes off of a riverfront building. So these are some of the things that I would like to look at in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay. I've got Councillor Foss followed by Councillor Solomon, but Councillor Foss did message me and mentioned he would allow Councillor Solomon to go first.
Okay. Councillor Foss is such a gentleman and always has been. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes,
well, I hope
agree.
everybody heard, particularly I hope everybody heard that. I've got a couple questions and then I have a motion. These questions are through you to Mr. Quinton. The first question is, where do we stand in tax increase at this moment?
Hi, Steve. Steve, do you have that?
Yes, we currently stand at 2.58%.
And how much money do we need to reduce to get to zero?
$4.2 million.
Okay. So I would ask you to explain to me tab 9E, line, make sure I get the right line here for you, 49, item number 49. Do you have that turned up?
Is that the future economic downturn reserve?
That is that one. And I'm going to explain the history of it, and I want to understand it. Okay. I don't know who's.
Go ahead. Do you want a comment from Gord on that first, or did you want to?
I want
to start the history lesson for us.
No, I want council to turn it. The difficulty is when we do it virtually, I have no idea whether anybody's turning this up or not.
I'm on your page. I see it here.
I knew you would be, Mr. Chairman. You were not my word. Okay. So, Gord, can you explain how much money's available there?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was sorry.
Yep. Are you still there?
Yeah, sorry, I lost my pages for a little bit. So after the approvals in this, that's already in the budget. There was $3,100,000.
103,835 still remaining.
Yes. 3.1
Okay,
million.
my recollection, and you correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Quinton, and probably predate you, is that this account was set up at a time when council was trying to put money away for a rainy day because we've been through a much worse economic time than this. This is a health crisis that then leads to an economic crisis. But in was it 2008? The stock markets collapsed. The auto industry, General Motors and Chrysler both went into bankruptcy, which affected the economy in North America. And so we put together, at my recollection, we put together what we called at that time a rainy day account, which seems to be listed here as a future economic downturn account. Do you have any recollection of that?
So,
or is it
so
just because I'm
related
old?
Thank you for the question. So it's somewhat related to that, but just to clarify, that these funds have come from the employment and social services area. This is their reserve to cover economic downturns of caseloads. So so that's slightly different. The COVID-19 crisis, and I think April might have to speak to this in more detail, but the COVID-19 crisis has really not, at this point, been a caseload crisis in employment and social services. And the reason for that is that funding has flowed quite generously from the federal and provincial governments through the SERB program and other programs to help individuals. So it has not been to this point, has not been a huge impact to caseloads in employment and social services. That, whether it does over the next 1 or 2 years, I think is sort of up in the air of what the long-term impacts of COVID and whether that upper level funding will continue to flow to individuals or whether it will impact future caseloads.
Right, and as a business owner, I understand the applications for federal funds to individuals and to businesses. But my recollection is that, yes, it may appear that way, but part of the money was diverted from Dr. Etdyke's predecessor said, we've got this funding coming in, move it into this account because we never know whether there's going to be a downturn and how it may affect the economy and the people who get affected by the economy, which I guess is those on ODSP, those on social services, and those who have living wages that are just barely above the poverty line, who may own houses. So what I'm interested in is that amount, $3 million that's sitting there for a rainy day. And I might not even get a seconder. But here's my problem, Council. We're dealing with this budget now in the first week of February, but we had the opportunity in the fall to avoid what we're dealing with now. Staff brought forward recommendations to divest assets, and the majority ruled against the divesting of those assets. They rejected the recommendations from staff, and then staff brought forward recommendations of efficiencies that if we'd accepted those, it would have reduced our expenditures, reduced taxes, and again, the majority council rejected that. So now we're sitting in this situation where, because council last fall rejected these reductions, we're trying to make little cuts, some of which I didn't comment on. I really hate to reduce works on roads because the complaints I get are fix the damn potholes. I said that at the outset. But if you can't make the big reductions, then you're left for these silly little cuts. And it's unfortunate. We didn't do any of that. So that's why I'm going to move that we take $3 million out of this amount, out of line 49, and apply it to reduce the overall increase in the budget this year. And I want to make one other comment. I don't know that I'll get a seconder. I may not, or I may. I just want to do the right thing. I don't.
You've got a second from.
Popular.
You've got a second. You've got a second from Councillor Bondi.
Oh, that's a surprise. in the first 5 minutes of tonight, Mr. Quinton made one of the most insightful comments that I've heard in budget and council for probably 20 years. And it was in response to a question from Councillor Karen Kirkwood-White. What he basically said is, because of amalgamation, we don't get the grants. That is, the amalgamated Chatham-Kent doesn't get the grants that it should get. And I think he's quite right. And I just heard, I waited another 3 hours, and then I heard again from Councillor Carmen McGregor, somewhat the same thing in a very little snippet. But the real answer is that it isn't working, and we might be better off if we had a community that could get the grants and another urban community that can't get the grants. You're right. You're going to tell me in about, I'd say 5 seconds, Mr. Chairman, that that's not a decision for tonight. And I agree. But we've got to look at the big picture. And I think with the blue ribbon group that we had telling us to bring in a 0% budget, bring in these efficiencies, get rid of some, divest assets, we just didn't do it. And that's why we're sitting here tonight trying to get a little dollar here and a little dollar there. So that's my only comments of the entire evening that I'm going to make, and that's my motion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Solomon. So we'll go to comments from Mr. Quinton and then from Dr. Reedike about the about this particular reserve. And if anyone has some questions or comments, if they can raise their hands. I only see currently Councillor Bondi's hand as raised. So Mr. Quinton, care to make a comment?
Yeah, I'll defer to Dr. Reedike as this is a reserve from her area that she knows well.
Thank you, Mr. Budget Chair. I'm actually going to have Polly Smith step in and answer this. This is Ontario Works Reserve. It is there to ensure that if we need to feed and clothe and house people, that we have funds to do that. So Councillor Solomon is correct. This reserve was started after the last economic downturn when things were really, really rough, and we never wanted to find ourselves in that position again. Where we were struggling to take care of our most vulnerable. So Polly, I will turn it over to you to explain kind of the purpose of this reserve and what it was established for.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. This reserve was established because the economy can, obviously goes up and down, and there's economic downturns and recessions every few years. At this time, our budget is frozen at 2018 levels. We were able to create and participate in this reserve, contribute rather to this reserve over the years by finding efficiencies and keeping staffing levels reasonable. When things were good. Alternatively, when things are bad and the budget is frozen, the budget is frozen. We would have to be coming back and asking for reserves. So the caseload has calmed down. It has not been impacted yet by the crisis, although staff have been extremely busy with those that are people that are low income right now are very low income and really suffering. But we're expecting, the province has told us to expect to go up, our caseload to go up by up to 17% sometime after March. So these funds would help us to assist individuals in that situation, make sure we have the staffing levels needed to support people during this kind of a crisis. There's also the emergency housing crisis and challenge that we have been faced with that has been growing over time and has increased exponentially in 2020. And so our hopes are to use that funding to continue our work in emergency housing and to make a plan for the next 3 to 4 years. Sort of experts in economics and are expecting that this emergency housing need and crisis will last that long because of the pandemic.
Thank you, Polly. Gord, did you have a follow-up comment around the impact if this motion were to pass about the start of next year's budget?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know this has been mentioned throughout the night when we talk about funding our budget requirements with one-time money. We never advise it, and we had this discussion when we were talking about $100,000 amounts, and now we're talking about $3 million amounts. This would result in us coming with a 2022 budget ask in the around the 7.5% range, because we would have to make up this difference, let alone the around 4% that we're just over 4% that we're already forecasting for next year. It is so, again, back to the previous discussions that we've been having all fall. If council would like to impact the 2022 budget, we need to have a hard look at what services you want to continue in this municipality through regular council meetings throughout the year, with ongoing service reviews on whatever topics council would like us to look at, and to continue becoming the most efficient municipality that we can. And there's many items in this budget that deal with efficiencies as well that hopefully will assist future budgets. But this is buying down the tax increase with one-time money. And, we have quite an extensive list of items coming up in the next few years that need one-time money. This particular reserve, of course, is for the Ontario Works area, but if council thinks for some reason thinks we have high reserves, the list of items that are coming to council over the next couple of years is very extensive, where we need some one-time money that we're not budgeting for. And I think topic number one for next year is Erie Shore issues. Hopefully the province hands over 30-40 million to help us out there, but what if they give us zero? So that's a future issue. That's not in this year's budget, but just a warning of things to come, and that the impact that this motion would have on next year.
Thank you, Gord. Councillor Kirkwood-White.
Thank you, Budget Chair. A question to Polly and/or April. Council received your housing and homelessness report last night, and in that report, it talks about acquiring a blended emergency and transitional housing facility at an estimated cost of $4 million for purchase as well as renovations. Is this the account out of which you might ask us to take those funds?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. Yes, this would be a potential location to to have the funds come from for this. And that estimate is really a rough estimate, just looking at comparables in other communities. But, you know, it is a ballpark. We're looking to have something that can be transitioned into affordable housing. We know approximate size and that sort of thing. So, but we would be looking at basically reserves that the division has contributed to over the years.
Great, thanks, Polly.
Thank you, Councillor Crockett-White. Councillor Latimer.
Thank you through the budget chair. I appreciate where Councillor Sullivan's coming from, but I really don't think we can use any of this money. That's not to say I'm in favor of using it towards purchase of a building, and that's a later discussion. But I think they need that money for the most vulnerable population that right now is in crisis, and where the caseload's standing, or where it's anticipated to be. I don't know where else we're going to find that money. And I would rather we find $3 million through the service review. I put a notice of motion in last night. I'll put 2 more notices of motion for other unilateral reviews for I take money from this particular reserve or pocket because how we take care of our vulnerable in our society says what kind of a municipality we are, and I will not be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Latimer. Councillor Bondy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quick question. This reserve, have we ever used it for an economic downturn? I understand it was created after the 2008 Great Recession, as they refer to it. Has it been used since? Maybe a question for
Thank
Gord.
you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're using $2,537,000 in this year's budget.
That still leaves $3 million in the budget? Sorry, yes. in this reserve?
That's correct. It leaves $3
yes.
million, $3.1 million.
Correct.
So the reserve stood initially this year at $5.7 million. Sorry, $5.7 million.
Yes.
And where did that?
Yes, and in the binder on tab 9E, page 2, it was $5,640,000 prior to the recommendations in this year's budget, and there's $3,103,000 left after this budget.
Left. Okay, so that money that was used this year from that reserve, where did that go?
Predominantly to deal with homelessness issues as a result of COVID-19.
Be a little more specific, like, because that's an awful lot of money.
Polly could answer more details, but it's our homeless shelter that we're running for COVID-19.
I don't know. I think it's a valid question.
Did you want me to answer that? It's Polly Smith speaking.
Yes, please.
Yes, Polly. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that is the approximate cost of the variety of shelter needs that have happened in the community in the last year. But that's a full suite of programs. So a lot of what the Social Services Relief Fund has provided in 2020, that funding goes to March 31st. So it was outlined in a lot of detail in last night's report. But a large part of that now is related to the hotel bills for homeless individuals until they're housed. It's very costly, and that's why we're looking into other more sustainable options. But that will take some time to put into place. And this was, an emergency response. So it was very costly, and that is outlined in detail. But I think it's the monthly cost, since when we had to move to a hotel, from the Bradley Center, the costs went up astronomically, and that's where we're at. But it's very similar across the province. Hotels have been used to house the homeless in communities.
Sure, I'm familiar with it. I remember last night's discussion.
Councillor Bondi, could I pause you for 1 second? I think we're going to need a motion to extend, if that's okay. We're just closing in on 10 o'clock here, so I'm just.
Brock, sorry, Council. I hate to do it, but I will move the extension.
Okay, can we move to extend? I'm gonna say 10:30, in the hopes that that's under promise, and we're gonna over deliver and be done before then. So do you move to end at 10:30, Councillor Bondi?
Yes, I do.
And do we have a second? Councillor Latimer's a second. Anyone opposed?
Go ahead.
I see no one opposed. If I'm missing someone that's opposed, just shout at me. Okay, no one opposed, so we'll extend to 10:30. Go ahead, Councillor.
Okay, great, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. So, Polly, if I understand, we've gone through a couple of $1 million in reserve funds due to hotel accommodations and other expenses, obviously. So if that's the case, the homeless situation and our accommodation of taking care of the homeless situation doesn't have more than 2 years to go, or else we will be through all of this reserve that we're sitting on right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sort of. That's not exactly what's happening. The issues are right now that we're in a state of transition with our provincial funding. This could be funded provincially, but we simply won't know that or how much for at least 2 more months. So, you know, in light of that, we have to make plans and have a budget ask. The intention is for this ask to be temporary, and ideally one time or not used for this purpose at all. Or, you know, hopefully it's very likely a much smaller portion would be needed. But without having a provincial allotment and no information, and we have been seeking that information, it's just not available yet. We have to make this ask.
But I'm not understanding an ask, because the motion from Councillor Solomon is to take from a reserve. So this isn't an ask. It's to
Councillor
take from
Bondi, I think the ask refers to the drawdown on the reserve account for the 1 year funding, not specifically to Councillor Solomon's motion. So I think that's the term that ask means, just to clarify.
Oh, okay, so we're just wordsmithing. Okay, sure, fair enough. Okay, I get it. What I'm sort of struggling with is that there's this reserve. It seems as though we're spending money on sheltering in a way that's not really working. You know, we went from hotel accommodations, and I used to deal with a lot of these people when I owned a laundromat. Of course, you know, I dealt with a lot of these folks who were staying in these in the majority Grand Avenue East apartments and motels. Then we switched to the Bradley Center to have sort of a semi-permanent kind of homeless shelter. We abandoned that. Now I think we've gone to the Travelodge, but correct me if I'm wrong, because that may be incorrect. I don't know. So we've done a bit of a shift with what we're doing and our focus and our target on how we're dealing with homelessness in Chatham-Kent, which I do understand and I appreciate that has the numbers have gained over the last couple of years, probably. So what I'm struggling with is, why are we dipping into a reserve? Because we don't dip into reserves. As Gord would say, if we go into reserves, that's a one-time hit. We're going to have to top it up next year. So Councillor Solomon's asking if we can use a reserve to alleviate a tax impact. And, you know, you guys are saying, no, that'll have to be readdressed next year. But it appears as though we're already kind of knocking the reserve off anyway. And as far as the, the Erie Shore thing, well, this was never earmarked for that. But Paul, if you could just sort of educate me on that it sounds like the reserve is being dilapidated to the point where it's not going to be there in a couple of years. Is that correct?
Councillor Bondi, can I summarize your question there? So is your question...
Yes, I'm sorry, I rambled.
Sure, no problem. Is your question, what is the original intent of the reserve? What has the reserve been spent on in the past year? And what do we expect to spend the reserve on in the future? Is that a fair summary?
Yeah, I'd say. I would also like to add to that, the reserve seems to be being eaten up very quickly. So in 1 year or 2 years from now, where would that reserve be? It would obviously be at zero. So it appears as though we're kind of going through a reserve without going through the mechanism of taking the reserve away. So is the reserve getting eaten up anyway? Councilor McGregor, do you understand what I'm saying? It sounds like the reserve is not much of a reserve when it's getting chewed up annually.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So I think it's the economic downturn reserve, and your question is it being eaten up or spent during an economic downturn? And how much longer do we have until it would be depleted if that downturn continues?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Polly, is that clear?
I think so. Thank you,
Okay,
Mr.
thank you.
Chair. Thank you, Councillor Bondi. Yes, it is an economic downturn reserve. It is intended for temporary needs during an economic downturn. And the intent would be to use as little of it as possible and to have, we're working on cost savings. We're working on opportunities for those cost savings to make our homelessness programming sustainable during this time. We would also be lobbying for higher levels of government provincial funding to cover the costs that we need. So this is not intended, we're not looking for this fund to be to sustain the current system we have. This is a temporary system, a temporary need for an economic downturn, and that is what the reserve is intended for.
Thank you very much, Paul. That's satisfactory. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bondi. Councillor Thompson, followed by Councillor Harrigan. Councillor Thompson, I can't hear you yet. I do have my earbud in too. There we go.
There we go. Pardon me. We have gotten off base here, I think, worrying about what exactly this reserve could be used for, might be used for. Why is it there? What's going on? Really, the only thing we need to think about is where are we going to find $3 million next year? Because if we buy down the tax rate with this, that doesn't actually make any cuts. It doesn't solve any of our problems. We got to find $3 million next year. That means we've got to find about 7.5% heading into an election. I'll be pragmatic. I don't want to do that, but that's what we're going to do if we vote for this. Normally, I'm very much in favor of what Councillor Sullivan brings to the table, but I can't support this, not by any stretch of the imagination. It wouldn't matter what the reserve was. You can't use one-time funding like that reserve because it doesn't solve any of the underlying issues. It's putting a Band-Aid while you're hemorrhaging somewhere else. So I'll leave my comments there. I am vehemently opposed to this idea. And I think we've gotten a little bit off track in the last hour or two. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of comments and then I have some questions, I believe, through to Polly Smith. First, I want to make the comment, and I said something to this effect yesterday or at our last budget meeting, that I recognize that municipal taxes are paid by homeowners, and that was inferred somewhat in the deputation we received this evening. What I wanted to remind council is that in Canada, the homeownership rate sits about 68%. So we'll say 2/3. So the privileged top 2/3 of Canadians are in a position where they are able to own a home. And while often around the council table, we kind of joke, I'm not rich, you're not rich, we're not rich. If you own a home in Canada, you are wealthy. And the reserve that we are speaking about, again, while creative options for reducing taxes is always appreciated, this reserve provides funding to the most marginalized people, the most vulnerable people, and the people who have the least amount of dollars in their bank accounts. There's actually like requirements to not have certain savings before you get on Ontario Works, I believe. And so while the motion here is really framed around taking from reserves to reduce taxes, what it is actually proposing is to take from tomorrow's poor in order to prevent today's wealthy from having increased taxes. And that is not something I'm about, and I don't think that's something our council is about. And I think what I heard from Polly, and maybe Polly, you can speak to this, that the reason in the current COVID crisis that we have not had to extensively pull from this reserve is because we've received higher levels of funding from federal or provincial levels of government. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor Harrigan. Yes, that is correct. We have received the Social Services Relief Fund that has made a significant impact on our ability to help the community and the homeless at this time.
And in addition to that, I think there's another class of residents who would be impacted by COVID, who may be on CERB or the EI extension programs. So therefore are not yet in a position, thankfully, for having to draw on the services that Chatham-Kent Social Services might offer. That's correct as well, would you say?
Thank you. Yes, that is the anticipated group that may be coming to our door in March as the funds are depleted. Their insurance, their unemployment insurance or whatever ends. It is anticipated that some individuals who are not able to go back to work will be seeking social assistance.
Thank you. And so I know that the sentiment on social media, and I appreciate that everyone's trying to do their best to reduce the taxes and the tax burden on our residents. But frankly, I'm not willing to trade in the decisions that's in front of us. I think this is actually an ethical decision that we're making and not a financial one. So my vote is no for this, and I hope others also vote no to this. Simply out of the principle and the priorities of the council that we want to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harrigan. I have no other hands up for comments, and I do have some brief comments myself. I appreciate Councillor Solomon looking for opportunities, and I think and I see his hand come up, so I'm sure he's going to make some final statements. I'll let you do that in advance, Councillor Solomon. Go ahead. Councillor Solomon, you're muted. Oh, your hand's down. Councillor Solomon, did you have a comment? Looks like you're muted still.
Right, there we go.
Oh, there you go. I hear you now.
Is the person who brings the motion, do they not have the last word?
I think normally about the only privilege of being a chair is that you get the last word, if I recall, in the council meetings.
Well, that's not my recollection over 40 years, but I'll gladly speak.
Well, you know what? I will defer to you, and I have no problem making my comments first, and I can let you close.
Yeah, good. That'd be good.
Okay. So my comments will be brief. I think that Councillor Solomon has brought up an interesting point in that during the year we are often unwilling to look at some of the harder decisions and look at structural changes that would have long-term tax impacts. And that brings us to these types of nights where we start to look at reserve funds and move ourselves to the brink of what are bad decisions for the future. And I think we've heard some well-stated comments from Councillor Harrigan and Latimer and Thompson that functionally this is moving $3 million to next year's budget. I'm not sure where we find that next year, and then that's starting a budget around 7.5%. And I think about the vulnerable individuals in our community that we've been able to help out of this reserve this year, and knowing that we are not at the end of an economic downturn, I think it's unreasonable to use these funds for a one-time tax relief that will come back to be a challenge next year. I think it's also unfair to business owners. Right now, as it stands, we're looking at a 6.1% decrease in commercial property taxes during a year in which there's still some business support programs in place. And I think that if next year we're faced with a 7% increase to commercial entities, when those programs are running out, I think that faces them with a very significant budget issue. So I think that, again, as I've said with some other motions, this is moving money into the future without committing us to making any hard decisions. So I appreciate that when we move back into council, perhaps we need to dedicate ourselves to service review and looking at things with a more focused lens for cost containment, but using wide sweeping brushes to put our future at risk, I don't think is an appropriate move at this time. Councillor Solomon, I'll move to you for closing remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I very much respect the comments you just made. I didn't want to have to bring this kind of motion. My concern is that council rejected staff's good recommendations in the fall, which would have avoided such a recommendation. My problem is that we each define vulnerable populations in different ways. Ms. Smith, because of what she does and what her mandate is, defines vulnerable populations not solely centered on the homeless, but that's what I've heard for the last while. You got to remember that there are people that I'm concerned about who are the working poor, who are working every day and trying to pay their mortgages and are in arrears in taxes and are going to face a tax increase. And all they're trying to do is feed their family and pay their taxes and try to own a house. I heard a comment that, you're very wealthy if you own a house. Well, come on, that's why you live in Chatham-Kent. That's why people move here. And I have a great concern about those pensioners who've worked hard all their lives and are now seeing that they're getting no interest rates. And now they're going to see an increase in their house. And I don't think that they're not vulnerable. I think they are. And I think the people who may not go back to work are very vulnerable. And those are the people I'm concerned about too. You can't simply, it's sad to hear that someone would think that that's an ethical problem. We're all concerned. This doesn't help the wealthy. This is to help those who are struggling to make a living. Two people working at $20 or $18 or $15 an hour. That's my concern. That's why I brought the motion. I'd much rather not have brought that motion, but I got to tell you that those people that I'm talking about, the pensioners and those who are working every day to pay their mortgage and pay their taxes, they don't get the Social Security Relief Fund monies. They don't get ODSP. They don't get the funding from Chatham-Kent. They just work hard to try and make ends meet. And those are the people that I'm concerned about. You're right that, and oh God, I've heard it for 30 years, principally the last 20, that, if you use this money, then you're creating a problem next year. Well, perhaps the real answer is that if we do this, it'll force council to make some hard decisions, to divest, get efficient, and review our governance model, which is what I heard, I think, from Carmen McGregor, the need to do that. I certainly heard it from Councillor Latimer last night. I don't know. I think she's on the right track, but I don't think anything will come of it. But maybe this will force us to have to make some tough decisions so we don't keep coming to council and trying to chip away a little at a time. I'm quite happy to lose the motion having done the right thing. This reserve was put in place for a rainy day. Which one of you is going to tell me this is a day that is not as rainy as it was in 2008? If you're going to tell me that, that's fine, but that's not what the public's saying. And so I think I don't really want to do this, but this is the best answer to the problem we have. Now, yeah, the motion fails. That's fine. Go deep inside your conscience and figure out what you really want to do. But if you don't do that, tomorrow I've got another one. And I'm going to look at another budget line. Number 72 on the same tab 9E. Because at the end of the day, we can't be above a 0% increase. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have to say. It's now 10:18, and these are the only comments I've made since 6 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Solomon. And with that, I will call the vote.
All votes are in. And the motion's defeated.
I'll go to Councillor Foss.
Thank you, Budget Chair. What is the current budget rate at this point? Still 2.58?
We'll get that answer for you here. 1 second. 2.58, Steve? Yep, 2.58, Joe.
Okay.
Councillor Foss, sorry.
I'll try again, and I'll move that we approve the budget at a 2.58%.
We got a number of seconds this time. Seconded by Councillor Harrigan. Do we have any comments on this motion? Councillor Thompson and Councillor Sakachi. Councillor Thompson, go ahead.
Thank you. Where would that leave the commercial tax reduction? What would that number be?
That number would be 6.1. So a reduction of 6.1 to the commercial tax rate.
Thank you.
Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the previous comments of Councillor Solomon and Councillor Bondi, I'm anticipating there's potentially more motions to come tomorrow, so I cannot support this at this time.
Thank you, Councillor Sakachi. I don't see any other hands, so the motion would be that the Budget Committee adopt the 2021 budget as amended through the past 3 evenings with a tax impact of 2.58 and adjourn budget deliberations. Okay, so the motion has been moved and seconded, and I will call the vote.
Guess I didn't get to.
All votes are in. The motion's defeated.
So it's 10:18 this evening. So with that motion being defeated, I don't expect that we have any appetite to extend to the wee hours of the morning. So I will look for a motion to adjourn this meeting, and I'll try and read out the right one here. Okay. The session of the Budget Committee meeting will recess until 6 p.m. on tomorrow is February 3rd. As per the public notice bylaw, Chatham-Kent Council hereby gives public notice of its intention to hold public meetings and adopt the 2021 budget immediately following receipt of a recommended budget from the Chatham-Kent Budget Committee. The Budget Committee also gives public notice of the need to meet in closed session at any time during the budget deliberation process as permitted by the Municipal Act 2001. Do I have a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Finn, seconded by Councillor Oche. Anyone opposed? No one opposed. Opposed? See you virtually tomorrow night.